To order. We have Mary and Brian on Zoom today joining us. Welcome. First item on the agenda is to approve the agenda.
Make a motion.
Okay, motion made. Second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Brian's an aye too. Okay, this agenda is approved. Item two.
He raised his hand.
Or give a thumbs up. Item 2 is public comment. The board has a significant interest in maintaining the decorum of its meeting, and it's expected that members of the public and the board will address each other with civility. The orderly process of the board meeting will not be interfered with or disrupted by public comment. Only individuals recognized by the board president will be allowed to speak. Comments by others are out of order. If disruptive, the individual causing disruption may be asked to leave the board meeting. Abusive, disruptive, or defamatory comments will not be permitted. The board's agenda is full, and I will place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude, and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. Topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. Do we have public comment today?
Morning, everyone. If you wish to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. All right. It looks like we do not have any public comments.
All right. Close the public comment section. We'll move on to the director's report.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Axiotis, and members of the board. We've got a shorter update today, but we have a number of celebrations to join in together. Last week, Iowa and the nation celebrated the 50th anniversary of the legislation that's now called IDEA, or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. A bipartisan, bicameral congressional resolution reads that prior to the enactment of IDEA in 1975, more than 1 million children with disabilities were excluded from public schools, and many children with disabilities were institutionalized or received inadequate or segregated education. Today, under IDEA, we continue to protect every child with disabilities' right to safe or free and appropriate public education in their least restrictive environment, or LRE. Parents and educators partner in determining the individualized education program or early intervention service a child needs, supported by IDEA's procedural safeguards. We honor the close to 76,000 children with disabilities in Iowa and their families and their educators and their advocates as we celebrate the enduring impact and the continued promise of the IDEA. Today, we have 2 board agenda items that are focused on Iowa's IDEA accountability and continuous improvement systems, both at the state level and at the school district and AEA levels. The department's special education and communications teams have also released a new video that highlights the testimony of Iowa's families, educators, and department team members that can be viewed in our lobby, on our website, and on our YouTube channel. And we hope that you have the opportunity to watch, engage, and to help celebrate the 50th anniversary of IDEA. Last month, Governor Reynolds also signed an executive order establishing the Governor's Task Force, celebrating America's 250th birthday, on which I'm proud to serve. Today, the department launched a new contest offering students in grades 3 through 12 an opportunity to share what America and the American founding means to them through an essay, a poem, or a video submission. And that's a part of our overall Iowa America 250 Commission initiative. And our Iowa America 250 student contest will help celebrate the upcoming semi-quincentennial, which is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 2026. Any Iowa student from a public school or an accredited non-public school in grades 3 through 12 can participate. All submissions will be entered into one of 3 grade bands for consideration. Those grade bands are 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and then 9 through 12. And then to develop their essay, poem, or video, contest participants will select from one of 4 prompts that are focused on first, creativity and innovation in Iowa and America. 2, distinguished Iowans and Americans who inspire you. 3, pivotal places and events showing Iowa's important impact on American history. And then 4, America's founding principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness embodied today. And students can submit their contest entries through March 6th of next year, 2026. And Governor Reynolds will then honor the top 3 entries from each of those 3 grade bands at an awards ceremony in May of 2026. And then our top student entries in each category will also be on display and honored at our Iowa State Fair next year. And then finally, next week, December 6th through 12th, we are also celebrating Computer Science Education Week, or CSED Week, which is the annual event that helps highlight the importance of computer science education at all grade levels, as well as the critical role of computing in all careers. This year's theme in Iowa is Elementary, My Dear Coder, and it focuses on reinforcing the importance of foundational computer science experiences in early grades in particular. We're organizing at the department free daily events during the school day for educators and their classes. Next Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, students will have the opportunity to virtually enter the Code Joy studio using their own devices. Students will code real time alongside an expert and their peers from across the state. On Tuesday, our live event will feature a former rocket scientist and the current program manager at Google, Teresa Ridgway. And then on Thursday, our partners at the Science Center of Iowa are leading an event highlighting artificial intelligence and machine learning. If you are interested in signing up for any of those events, please go to the department's Computer Science Education Week webpage. And shifting briefly into the Division of Pre-K through 12 Learning, we at the department are excited to continue to partner with Professor Angela Duckworth, who you may know as the author of Grit, the Power of Passion and Perseverance. We together are studying the firsthand observations of Iowa administrators and teachers and her nationwide Phones and Focus survey. Professor Duckworth, as you know, has recognized Iowa's leadership in helping students stay focused in school by restricting access to personal electronic devices during instructional time, and building on that legislative and implementation work in the leadership of our educators and administrators and families. The department and Iowa schools are now partnering with her research team to identify implementation best practices to further support those educators, administrators, and families. More than 1,300 educators representing about a quarter of Iowa schools have already shared their insights and to share your perspective on how to best implement Iowa's model policies. Middle and high school administrators and teachers can complete that survey at www.phonesandfocus.org. And then briefly related to our standards, revisions and review processes, the social studies standards, as we shared last month, that review team, or the second team, concluded its work on October 30th, reviewing the public comments received and making recommendations to the department. And now that draft standards document is on your agenda today for a first read. And then a second read will take place at our next meeting, January 15th of next year, where the standards may be considered by the state board for adoption. Then related to our computer science, data science, and artificial intelligence standards, the application for that revision team or the first team are now open. And that team reviews and then provides recommendations for proposed updates to our standards on computer science, and will also make recommendations as we establish for the first time standards on data science and artificial intelligence. And again, that team serves in an advisory capacity to the department, and they'll convene in a combination of public, in-person and virtual meetings. And then those applications close soon on December 17th. And then the revision team, it meets January to March of 2026. And then finally, within our standards updates, our Iowa Early Learning Standards Revision team, that first team, is meeting today for the 5th of their 6 meetings. The final revision team meeting is then scheduled for January 8th. The Iowa Early Learning Standards for 0 to 5 are akin to our content standards in ELA, math, science, social studies, etc. And then that revision team will make proposed draft recommendations. The team, again, serves in an advisory capacity to the department. Following this work, the department will then seek public input on the proposed changes. And then the standards review team or the second team will be assembled to review that feedback and make additional recommendations to the department and then ultimately to the State Board of Education. And then last update in this division is related to our annual Emerging Educators Academy. Registration for Iowa's Emerging Educators Academy is open through December 19th for new teachers and their first 3 years of service, as well as pre-service teachers and their mentors. It's supported by the department and led by Iowa's award-winning educators, including this year's Iowa Teacher of the Year, Melanie Bloom. It is the 11th annual Emerging Educators Academy, and it takes place on January 10th at Drake University, with whom we also partner. And then Melanie and I at the Emerging Educators Academy will join the National Teacher of the Year, Ashley Crossan, for a keynote address. And then our current and our prior Iowa Teacher of the Years will lead all of the breakout sessions for participants. So if anybody is interested in joining, please let us know. We welcome your participation. And then also within the Division of Special Education, just a brief update that we continue to provide our special education policy and practice webinars. Our next one is scheduled for December 10th, and it will focus on out-of-state placements, residential placements, and PMIC placements, or Psychiatric Medical Institute for Children placements. Our upcoming webinar topics in January, February, and March are going to be focused on behavior and discipline. Division Administrator Breitfelder will talk more about that later today, as well as connecting our alternate assessment, which is DLM, to instruction and licensure, and then extended school year. And as always, all of the recordings, the materials, and the resources from this year's webinar series, as well as the 2024-25 webinar series, are available on our policy and practice webinar webpage. And then finally, within the Division of Higher Education, we continue to provide our work-based learning webinar series in partnership with Iowa Workforce Development. The next webinar is not until February, but it will focus on preparing student learners for construction and advanced manufacturing careers. And as you know, that series showcases some of our most proven programs and approaches to expanding access to high quality work-based learning in Iowa's most in-demand industries. Again, all of those recordings and materials are available on our Career Connected Learning webpage from both this year and last year's series. And then a reminder that the deadline for Iowa community colleges to apply for the department's Pathways to Completion grant is upcoming December 15th. That's administered by our Bureau of Iowa College Aid and provides grants to support re-engaging students who stopped out of college because they weren't able to register for classes due to owing minimal amounts of institutional debt. This grant is helping replicate best practices that were identified in Hawkeye Community College's Take Two program across the state and across our community college system. And then finally, much of our team today and yesterday have been at the annual Community Colleges for Iowa Convention and Trade Show occurring this week. As you know, that annual event brings together post-secondary and community college leaders, trustees, faculty, and staff from our community colleges across the state. And this year, the department's presentations focused on using outcomes-based data and strategic planning as required by the board's revised accreditation standards, as well as integrating work-based learning and industry-recognized credential attainment into concurrent enrollment in career academy courses as measured in our Iowa high school performance profiles or our high school ratings. And then finally, just as a reminder, since our last meeting, which was about 10 work days ago, the Special Education Advisory Panel, or SEEP, met. Upcoming, we have our BOEE, our Board of Educational Examiners meeting on the 19th of this month. And then ICA, Iowa College Aid Board of Commissioners will meet on January 9th. And then outside of other Department of Education boards, we have our statewide assessment system advisory committee meeting on December 5th. That is looking at our revised assessment to be administered in spring of 2026 that aligns to the revised ELA and math standards. President Robbins, the Iowa Dyslexia Board will meet on December 9th. The SBRC, or the School Budget Review Committee that you receive updates from, will meet on December 16th. SEEP will meet again on January 9th. And then finally, the CDCC, the Child Development Coordinating Council, will meet on January 13th. So we've got a busy number of weeks ahead and welcome any questions that you might have.
Any questions for our director?
For the aligning the assessment, how long does that take to kind of for that committee to meet and go through and then I guess realign based on the updated standards?
So the process will occur through and we'll provide an update likely at our January meeting in depth on this, but the process will occur through the summer of 2026. So our assessment results in 2026 will be utilizing that revised assessment that is aligned to the standards, as well as definitions of proficiency that are more clear and transparent for families that we're excited to provide you an update on.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, good. Thank you. Appreciate the updates. Item 3 on the agenda is the consent agenda, which includes the November 19th meeting minutes and an appeal decision in an open enrollment case where there was no timely appeal. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve.
Okay, moved by Mary, second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
By the same sign. Motion's carried. The consent agenda is approved. Item 4 is Mississippi Bend AA Paraeducator Preparation Program. Welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Lindsay Harrison. I'm on the Educator Quality team in the Division of Teaching Quality and Innovation. And we have joining us today from Mississippi Bend AEA program, Heather Whitman, who is the focus area consultant at Mississippi Bend, and she's going to share a few things later. But as part of our ongoing commitment to program quality and candidate success, we recently completed a desk review of the Mississippi Bend AEA's paraeducator program. The review was conducted collaboratively with members of the educator quality team and representatives from the Board of Educational Examiners. Mississippi Bend serves educators on the eastern side of the state near the Quad City area. This year, they licensed 48 paraeducators, and over the previous 5 years, 94 have come from the generalist courses and 58 recommendations in the areas of concentration from early childhood, special needs, library media technology, or the autism spectrum disorder concentration. This year, with their desk review, the program has submitted to include the ESL, the English as a Second Language concentration in their program offerings. So the review focused on standards from Chapter 24 and 80, and I'll explain what is required for the teacher prep or the paraeducator preparations, and briefly walk you through what each standard measures and share what we found. So the first standard area is about organization and resources. So this standard evaluates whether the unit has sufficient organizational structures, staffing, and resources to support a high quality program. It looks at technology, access, support for clinical experiences, and how the input from advisory committee is used. So with Mississippi Bend, we found the unit provides strong structural support for their paraeducator program. Clinical placements are well supported, and technology and instructional needs are met. They have good advisory partnerships and consult with school leaders and current paraprofessionals to inform their program design. The resources are distributed equitably. The second standard area is diversity. This focuses on how the unit supports candidates in developing skills to work with all student populations and meet the needs of all the candidates who want to become paraeducators. So the review found that the program offers an inclusive and well-rounded learning environment and prepares paraeducator candidates to support students with a wide range of needs. Their coursework and clinical experiences promote growth in understanding cognitive, physical, sensory, and social needs, as well as using person-first language. Their faculty bring varied experiences from urban, suburban, and rural settings, ensuring instructional strategies are relevant and responsive across Iowa's educational context. So with that standard, the program demonstrates a commitment to preparing paraeducators who are equipped to support all learners and families. The third standard area is about faculty. And this ensures that faculty are appropriately qualified and aligned teaching their area of expertise. And it holds faculty accountable for delivering essential content aligned with state requirements. In the desk review, the findings found that at Mississippi Bend, the faculty are well qualified and appropriately assigned based on their expertise. The program has clear systems in place to ensure instructional quality and accountability. The instructors are evaluated annually by a certified administrator. Additionally, the program invests in professional learning by funding access to relevant training and educational organizations. That helps their instructors stay current with best practices. The fourth standard is about program assessment and evaluation. This standard examines how the unit monitors candidate performance, uses data to inform decisions, and ensures that the assessment is valid, fair, and used for continuous improvement. It requires feedback from graduates and employers to evaluate real-world readiness. So with the Mississippi Bend program, we found that indeed they have an assessment system that's comprehensive and data-driven. Their candidates are regularly monitored using a variety of tools. The program uses graduate and employer feedback and internal data to make changes. And so they have a culture that reflects continuous improvement. The final standard is about clinical practice. This standard looks at the structure and quality and relevance of clinical experiences. It requires that candidates complete supervised placements in school settings and that they have opportunities to observe and be evaluated on their skills. We found the Mississippi Bend program has candidates that do complete meaningful supervised experiences in approved school settings and receive regular feedback. The placements are aligned with their roles and provide practical hands-on learning opportunities that prepare candidates for success. So in conclusion, the desk review overall confirmed that the Mississippi Bend program is well aligned with state standards and demonstrates strong systems of support, instruction, and continuous improvement. The program effectively prepares paraeducators to meet the students through high-quality coursework, clinical experiences, and with their faculty expertise. So based on the findings of that review, we recommend them full approval of their program through 2032, including the addition of that ESL endorsement. This new pathway will help address a goal area by providing paraeducators with specialized training to support English learners. And I'll turn it.
Ask a question
Oh,
first.
sure.
In the notes, you were talking about the review following an inquiry-based desk review model rather than a compliance-driven approach. Can you explain why that was done, or is that typical of the way we conduct these reviews?
Yes, that's typical. So just inquiring and working together with the team to make sure we had several exchanges back and forth. If we didn't find the evidence, then we would ask Heather further questions and maybe help her consider how to adapt the program to address some of those. So.
Okay, and so what's the difference between that and a compliance-driven review?
Miriam, do you want to?
It's just that it is a desk review as opposed to an on-site. The program review both at the desk review, and then they meet as needed with individuals that they need to connect. For the paraeducator preparation programs, that's what we do. We do the desk review and connect with the programs for the areas that need it. For the educator preparations, other than paraeducator, we go on site in addition to the desk reviews and follow up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Heather.
I was just say, any other questions? No, I'm excited to be here. Behind every paraeducator that goes through our program is really a story of growth. And it's a team collaboration. As Lindsay was talking about, in collaboration with the Department of Education and the participants and the mentors and the instructors, the AEA staff, together we provide the opportunity to give best practices, be meaningful and relevant and adaptable. Another key factor to all of this is feedback, that constant, like, how are we working together as a team? And that feedback is many times we get, when's your next class available? We are so excited about this. And in building their confidence, they're like, I'm able to use this right now in my classroom every day. And many times we do get people that have never been in the education field before. And that is what makes my day, when they were like, they have the confidence to now go to a field that is in desperate need of employees. And they go in with skill set that they didn't have before. And then they're still coming back and saying, I want more, right? And so with that being said, as Lindsay was talking about, the feedback is critical. What are we hearing from our schools? What are we hearing from our participants? And then how do we adapt and go from there? So this certification is more than just a credential. It really is giving those folks a tool to take it to the next step and apply right away. And interestingly, I've had multiple people tell me, I'm able to take these skills with my own kids. I have learned so much. So I'm just really proud that we are able to offer this. It is so important, this certification, to build confidence. And at Mississippi Bend, we have this wonderful opportunity to collaborate. The model always has to be continuous improvement, and we are helping the classroom. We are making an impact. So I really appreciate this opportunity and happy to answer any questions about, if you have any.
Questions for Heather? Tell us about your enrollment.
Our enrollment was, Lindsay mentioned, was 58. We continue to market and work with our administrators and people that call in. We get a lot of calls and things along that lines. Would I like to see it higher? Absolutely, I would, 100%. It's complex. We continue to try to find ways and avenues to work with our superintendents to look at. And in many cases, it really comes down to funding. We have a very reduced rate. It's $180 to take a generalist course, which is a wonderful avenue. However, in some cases, they are not able to necessarily always, they have to work to raise money towards that and that kind of thing. So we have to continue to find ways to be more creative and then find avenues for that. And one of my favorite parts is like when I'm talking with them and they're so excited. There's some great paras out there that are making huge impacts for our kids. But I say, hey, if you really love this, have you considered going on to school? Sometimes they just need that confidence. And if whether we're serving 48 or 5 or 100 a year, maybe they're going to continue their education on, or some of them just take classes on their own as well. And so that's what I really appreciate that.
That was kind of leading into my next question as far as people who start the paraeducator program then think, well, I might want to be a teacher. Have you seen examples of that in your program? Or?
I have mentioned, and I've led them to our local like EICC that's our local community college connections. If they've asked, we talked about our internal, encouraging them to look into the Iowa. Definitely. And this is where it's nice to have that partnership with the schools, talking to their mentors, talking to an administrator if the opportunity presents itself and say, he or she is pretty excited about this and giving them the tools to do that. But that's an area where we can continue to improve and maybe tighten those connections a little bit and strengthen those for a more direct conduit.
So is the female enrollment a lot
Yes.
greater than male?
Yes, it is. It's significantly different.
Yeah. I was anticipating that response. I was hoping for a different response.
Yeah, at least in the Eastern Iowa area.
But how long would it take for someone to complete, to get the generalist? So if they just wanted to, about how, does it go at their own pace or?
Well, they really can go at their own pace, but if they are really driven to complete it, they could complete all of those. We have 8 weeks. Typically, it's 8 weeks. We start one course with some overlap, so in about 24 weeks to 30 weeks, they could really have their certification completed. And that includes the clinical observation or the clinical law participation, 10 hours documenting, giving them an opportunity to go into classrooms they've never been in to learn and improve their skill set. And in many cases, one thing earlier I was mentioning about the ability to be able to go into to experience classroom schedule. They need to have that opportunity. So they've never been into school before, working with participants in school districts to get them into the building and give them that experience. So it can be delayed depending on that, making sure we find that right mentor for them, as well as there's an observation piece and things like that. So I would say in the college world, 1 semester, they could have it done.
And Lindsay had said that there were no compliance concerns regarding this program. That's always nice to hear.
That is a beautiful thing to hear.
Any other questions?
Is scheduling an issue with some people on, can they get this done in a timely manner? Or for more people to join the program, do they find it that on their end is the schedule around the classes?
I would say that ours are held are always in the evening to allow them, so it's not impacting them during their workday. There's different models as well that, can be looked at, but for us, we have, ours are in the evening. We do offer some in the summer. We don't offer them all in the summer because we have found they need access to students. They need to be connecting with teachers and things. So the summer isn't ideal. It can still be done. It's just a lot harder for the paraeducator to do all of that, but it can still be done. And we've tried the weekends with Lives Today and people working full time and their own families and friends. So we have found the most impactful is probably during the in the evenings, probably 6 to 8, which allows people to jump on.
Any further questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. So the recommendation is award full approval to the agency through 31-32 academic year.
I would make that motion, including the addition of ESL.
Second by Cass and second by Todd. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Okay.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Very much.
Thank you.
You.
Item 5 on the agenda is Morningside University Educator Preparation Program approval.
Members of the board, Director Snow, thank you for having us today here. I'm bringing to the board Morningside University Teacher Preparation and Teacher Intern Preparation Pathway. I have with me Dr. Kelly Cheney and Dr. Chris Spicer from Morningside, the Dean and Provost. And I also have my team members, Dr. Stephanie Teacup, Dr. Lindsay Harrison, Amy Mayer, and myself, Mariam Brodzabo, who we all participated in the site visit. So I requested that my team would be here as well. There we go. The review cycle, if you haven't listened to me saying this before, the review cycle for the educator preparation programs is every 7 years we go on site for an on-site review. However, the programs are submitting annually an annual report, and we also start a process of preparation for this site visit 2 years in advance, where the program does a self-study followed by a preliminary review, which is a desk review that our team and experts from educator preparation programs are conducting. And then the program provides a response to that, and then we follow up with a site visit. There were 22 experts engaged in the review. 9 were state panel members, 10 site visit volunteers, and 4 from our team. We also had some others who helped on the side with some specific content area or other expertise. 287 survey responses were analyzed from the different stakeholders at Morningside who had responded to our surveys. 34 interviews during a site visit happened and 6 classroom visits. I do like to mention that the classroom visits are not for us to observe the classroom or the teacher teaching. We go there, ask the teacher leave, and we talk to the candidates to see how their overall experience is in the program. That's why we choose the classes in a way that we try to catch the candidates throughout the program, early in the program, later, student teachers and such. The assurance components include several accreditation requirements. Morningside is in compliance with Higher Learning Commission accreditation. Their curriculum exhibit was reviewed and approved by the Board of Educational Examiners here at the department. And also we reviewed the program for compliance with Chapter 79. This report that you have in front of you include compliance concerns and recommendations for continuous improvements, but it also includes some of the strengths of the institution. I'm going to start with one of the first standards, governance standards for the teacher prep, technology integration and
instructional design was a very strong action happening there. The online courses were very well designed. The faculty had access to resources such as instructional designer. And the candidates talked about their preparation in using technology as well. The investment in Tabera, which is an assessment tool, provided a reliable data management system to monitor the assessment, placement, and curriculum data. Morningside addressed some of the recommendations that we had for them, such as increasing the full-time faculty oversight of the curriculum and instruction. They did have a structure in place, but it was not consistent across all the courses. So they kind of tightened that up so that all the courses have a full-time faculty who is monitoring the quality of the instruction and the preparation of that. There was formalization of professional development for adjunct faculty members to promote consistency again across the programs. And then the secondary content methods courses were reviewed for the credit hours and standardizing and equitable opportunity for the candidates in those programs across the institution. There were some concerns in the governance that were addressed by the modifying the oversight and structure of the governance to address the secondary program oversight. There were sometimes courses that were modified but was not brought to the education unit before it goes to the curriculum board. So we made sure that the new structure first allowed the education unit to monitor that change before it goes for any further approval. Adequate staffing and resources were needed and were addressed by reviewing the faculty and staff roles and increasing administrative support. Instructional support position was established to enhance the quality of the design across other deliveries in addition to the online program. That was one of the things that their online programs were so well designed, the syllabi and everything was so consistent. So this opportunity and the resource will allow them to expand that also for the face-to-face program and faculty member. There were several correlations in some of the concerns that we saw in the governance standard with the previous review. For the faculty standards, both the traditional and teacher intern faculty, I'm going to address both of those at the same time. There were multiple faculty members who participate in letters training, and the unit is intentionally strengthening literacy instruction across the programs. And Dr. Cheney will talk about this a little more, so I'm not going to go too much in depth into this. To address some of the recommendations we had for the unit, they clarified and communicated the role of academic coordinators, which are the full-time faculty member overseeing when the courses are taught by adjunct faculty members, making sure that those coordinators have a consistent role and they are reaching out to those adjunct faculty and are doing a consistent work. The unit developed regular communication for adjunct faculty member to understand the structure and the responsibilities of themselves and the coordinator. They formalized the evaluation process for the intern faculty. That part was not completely formalized, so they did that. And then they also addressed the concern for the alignment of faculty experience with their teaching assignments. That was an area that there were two major concerns that were in some cases was that whether the faculty preparation and experience aligned very well with the courses that they were teaching. And in some cases, the 40 hours co-teaching and constant collaboration with the K-12, that was not monitored, that was not recorded appropriately with enough detail that meet the requirement of this standard. And they prepared a policy and process for that to be addressed moving forward. Those were also some concerns. There were slightly different concerns in the previous site visit, but there were also some alignment with some of the concerns that came out of the prior site visit. The assessment standard, this one was mostly strength, especially from the previous site visit. The unit had developed a full, well-designed assessment standard with strong leadership, intentional and cohesive assessment system that monitored candidate assessment, program assessment, and also provided this information to all the candidates, faculty, and the staff throughout the program if they needed to have access to candidates' record throughout the program. The unit aligned the content area assessment with their required national standards, secondary education prior to the student teaching, and they made sure of the consistency and rigor across the programs. The unit also established formal process for inter-rater reliability. That's for faculty members to utilize rubrics and tools to make sure that they are fair and assessing the candidates reliably and in a valid way. The teacher clinical experience, the unit had well-crafted plan for the clinical experiences. They had exploratory and intermediate and advanced experiences throughout their experiences and placements. Morningside School of Education integrated model code of ethics throughout the professional courses. This is not an area that is very specifically addressed in our standards. Some programs do more than the others. They definitely do more than what is required in the code, in our rules. And it was great to see that there was a preparation and intentional work towards that. The clinical experiences effectively prepared the candidates to use instructional technology. Also, it was consistent and constructive written feedback was provided by the supervisors and the cooperating teachers to the candidates. The clinical experience for the teacher interns had some recommendations, and the unit addressed that by tightening up the alignment and communication with the district to make sure that the role of the mentor is clear and that's communicated and tracked by the unit for more consistency, ensuring that the candidate, the interns in their teaching first year, they're getting appropriate mentorship and support from the district. The teacher intern, the teacher intern governance standard. So the teacher intern program is for the candidates who have a bachelor's degree, who go to complete this program, complete some coursework, but also they're able to teach for 1 full year as a teacher intern with a license. That's where there is more engagement from the district with a mentor and the program with a supervisor that are supporting this candidate in the school as they're teaching. The governance standard in this program demonstrated strong leadership, providing quality and timely support to the candidates. The unit clarified and communicated administrative roles within this unit, the internship pathway. The roles that were clarified and tightened up, more clearly explained, were Director of Adult and Graduate Initial License Program, Program Coordinator, Graduate Special Education Program, Director of Operations, and Recommending Official. There was a lot that was happening within the program rather than registrar. So they provided some more staffing and support for that work. Teacher intern leadership team, and also the dean. The advisory board minutes were updated. The template was updated so that there are action items and follow-up opportunities and a way to track how the unit utilized advisory feedback for program improvements. A timeline was established to document the district mentors, and also the clerical resources were provided for reviewing the transcript and managing the intern records. There were also some correlation noted in this standard with the 2017 site visit. The teacher intern program of study, which is knowledge, skills, and dispositions that a teacher intern should have during the alumni interview on site and throughout the survey feedback, the intern pointed and expressed appreciation for the intern workshops, noting that getting together provided strong support for their learning and working collaboratively helped strengthen the connections they were making. The unit demonstrated strong commitment to resources in the teacher intern preparation, prioritize advising and mentorship in the intern program, providing consistent support to the candidates throughout the stages of the program. To address recommendation, they aligned the syllabi to ensure special education courses documented alignment with the program standards, opportunities to introduce, review, and assess diagnostic and responsive teaching, and address both secondary and special education pathway concerns. Additionally, they formalized contracts with the school districts employing the teacher interns were created, clarifying expectations and responsibilities for the districts. To address the concern, the Morningside provided instruction on how learners grow, developed, including opportunities to review and assess. Literacy preparation was incorporated into special education teacher intern pathway and was strengthened. And also coursework was modified to ensure candidates demonstrated understanding, but also application of Iowa academic standards across the special education between both special education track that they have BDLD and ID. So they made some more consistency across those preparation programs. And our team plans to continue to monitor that work due to this being a new program also to Iowa. The Morningside is the only teacher intern program that offers a special education pathway, and the endorsement requirements are integrated into the core for this program. So it's very important that we make sure that the candidates in this program are getting the core requirements in addition to the endorsement requirements. Due to the number of correlations found during this visit and with the prior visit and lengthy implementation nature of some of the concerns that were addressed, our team recommends the Morningside program for conditional approval. That will help our team and provide an opportunity to us to continue to monitor the implementation of the plans that they have put in place to address some of the concerns. In the interim, the team will create a report for the board, sometimes in the spring or early summer of 2026. And then we will plan to bring back Morningside University to the board prior to December of 2026 for hopefully full approval by then. But due to some of the correlations, we just feel more comfortable spending some more time monitoring the implementation of their plans, as they have planned to address some of the concerns, but we will need some time to see those being implemented. And I have Dr. Cheney talk a little bit about some of the strengths and areas that they have in their program.
Absolutely. Well, good morning. And on behalf of Morningside University, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. With me is Dr. Spicer, who was introduced previously, our provost. And I would also just at this time like to thank Miriam and all of her team. I'm so glad to see them here today for their support throughout this process. The educator preparation programs at Morningside are focused on serving the state of Iowa to help fill the teacher pipeline with qualified, effective teachers who remain in the field. Our focus is on shortage areas and the alignment of our programs with state priorities for education. Over the last 3 years, we've recommended over 350 candidates for initial licensure across undergraduate, graduate initial licensure programs and our teacher intern programs. We are one of only 3 institutions in Iowa with teacher intern programs, and we are the only teacher intern program that offers initial licensure for special education, which is a relatively new program approved in 2022. That has attracted many special education paraeducators. Over the last 3 years, we've recommended over 50 special education teacher interns for licensure, and we are pleased to be able to help those chronic shortage area in Iowa. To provide additional support to teacher interns, we do hold a required summer institute just prior to the teacher interns deployment to the classroom. It's a 3-day intensive residential seminar which provides supplemental support in areas as differentiated instruction, strategies for English language learners, and classroom management. Morningside participated in the first round of the Teacher Paraeducator Registered Apprenticeship Grant Program, providing related training and instruction for district awardees in northwestern Iowa, where we recommended more than 20 elementary and special ed paraeducators for initial teacher licensure in 2024. To support all graduates of our initial licensure programs in their first year of teaching, we established the Mustang Connection, a postgraduate seminar for novice teachers available at no cost. This transitional seminar adds yet another layer of vital support for new teachers that we hope positively impacts teacher retention. On September 30th, we concluded Project Connect, a U.S. Department of Education grant to support English language learning. Over the last 4 years, we recommended over 150 Iowa teachers for ELL endorsements, provided professional development to over 75 paraprofessionals and 120 in-service teachers. And we also shared family literacy kits with over 300 families in Iowa. Just prior to House File 2618, we revised our literacy curriculum to include the science of reading and required the K-8 reading endorsement as part of our elementary ed major. Upon the passage of House File 2618, Morningside participated in the literacy curriculum peer review process led by the Department of Ed. In the first year of required testing, Morningside students posted a 65% pass rate on the Foundations of Reading test. This first cohort average test score was 243.65, where passing is 240. We require students to attempt the fort twice, remediating in between. Students who do not pass the fort complete a performance assessment in the field to demonstrate their knowledge and application of the science of reading. That is assessed by our unit literacy coordinator prior to their program completion. We are looking forward to the next cohort of scores where we expect even stronger results. Morningside faculty and staff are engaged in relevant professional development and service. 4 participate in letters training. 2 are attending the HQIM Academy. 4 are engaged in statewide pilots for the Model Code of Ethics, and 1 attends the Science of Reading Summit each summer. Professor Stacy Brown, our unit literacy coordinator, spoke to the Iowa Dyslexia Board about our literacy curriculum, and our literacy workbook was selected to be reviewed as part of a pilot to streamline educator preparation and K-12 literacy instruction. Likewise, Morningside faculty are completing the Department of Education mathematics workbook to align our curriculum with the requirements of House File 784, the Math Counts Act. And finally, in recognition of Governor Reynolds' Executive Order 14, we are reviewing STEM literacy across our curriculum to better prepare educators to integrate STEM and AI in K-12 instruction. Morningside is one of 7 programs that offers the Iowa STEM endorsements. We're very enthusiastic about this initiative, and recently I was appointed by Governor Reynolds to serve on the Governor's STEM Advisory Council. As time is short, I will conclude by assuring this board that Morningside University is committed to excellence in the preparation of educators, and it is our distinct honor to serve the state of Iowa in this way.
Any question? We would happy to.
Okay. Questions from board members? Start then. First of all, kudos for the special ed program.
Thank you.
Very nice. The standards that were not met all dealt with faculty and teacher program. You said some were new, some were the same. Previous visit was what, 7 years ago?
Yes. Yes.
And Chris and Kelly, were you there 7 years ago?
Not in these roles.
I wasn't here. He was not.
I was a faculty member.
They have made significant improvements in some other areas, but due to that correlation and because for addressing some of the concern, they had to put a plan in place to make that happen throughout the time, like for monitoring faculty collaboration with K-12. They need to monitor that for at least a semester, 2 semesters to see if that's a good system. So that's where we are kind of hesitant to just go with the plan since it was a correlation with the previous report. We want to make sure that it gets into the rolling enough that hopefully it won't be
Systematic.
in the future. Yes.
Regardless of who the leadership is that's in place.
I have a question, a couple, you mentioned shortages, we all know that. So what are some of the challenges, getting people into these teacher prep programs?
Answer.
If you have
Well, I think, just in our profession in general, right? Teaching may not be as an attractive profession to young people as it used to be. We're starting to see in our teacher intern programs, the job changers, right? That's what that pathway is for. And we're finding really effective adults. The average age of our teacher interns somewhere between 30 and 50, right? We have chiropractors who come and become science teachers, for example. And I think that when we look at the demographics today, that's the population that we're trying to appeal to. And folks like that bring life experience. They bring application of content knowledge because they have to come with their bachelor's degree. They also bring a certain maturity that is helpful, in dealing with students and human behavior. So we have just as many, probably more, students earning their initial licenses in our teacher intern pathways right now as our traditional undergraduate programs. It's not lost on us that we need to continue to encourage young people to enter our profession. But you might have heard in my comments, we're also looking for ways to make sure they retain, because I think that's really important. My children are teachers. They're about 10 years, right? And, I talk to them often about the challenges they have. So it is challenging, right? The work environment is challenging. The discussion is not what it was back in when I was a teacher, right?
One of the areas that has helped so much in the last few years has been the TPRA, a teacher paraeducator program, programs that provided opportunities for paraeducators and individuals within the districts and the districts to grow your own. One of the patterns that we see with the shortage report, we are not able to find a pattern of shortage being just in the, metro or, when we look at those, we are not able to find a pattern. It's mostly local. It's mostly depending on where the schools are located. So those grow your own opportunities are very helpful. Also, the increase in salary, I would say, has made a big, significant difference in making it more attractive. And just like Dr. Cheney mentioned, we have doctors and police officers and individuals from military coming back with a bachelor's degree wanting to change career, or in their retirement, early retirement, they want to pick up a different career and they go into teaching. So those are great opportunities. Those teacher intern preparation programs are great opportunities for those career changes.
Well, that was going to be my next question, just the TPRA. I just retired soup from Okoboji, and I know we sent kiddos to
Yeah.
inside. So I was going to ask how you thought that program was. And I know the funding is, you think they'll bring it back?
They have really tried to, I think that there has been so much effort to keep that program going. And I know there are challenges always with funding, but that program continues to go yet as of today. And we have had several graduates from that program. And our shortage, I'm not going to be able to share yet as much because we're just about to finish the shortage report for this year. But I'm happy to share that within the last 4 years, we have dropped the shortage in Iowa to half, if not less. And we hope to continue to see that trend and work with those individual districts to address those.
A huge supporter of the TPRA. We saw Grow Your Own. So hopefully the parties will come back to the table to fund that, but we just saw the gains from that, and I imagine you did too. So
We were the partner with Sioux City School District, and I was just talking prior. We really strengthened relationships there and really drilled deep down to where their needs were, so it is a valuable program. The funding is well spent, right, to fill the pipeline. And there are some amazing paraprofessionals, as you heard, just before us, amazing paraprofessionals that would make good teachers. And when we turn a paraprofessional into a teacher, then we create a space for another paraprofessional. So we're kind of just passing it on down the line. But being able to work with a paraprofessional and help them achieve licensure is a really, as you know, a really valuable thing for districts, school districts. They're people who are devoted and committed to their communities.
Yeah, because those people are from that community. Mm-hmm. There is more chances that they will stay in that community, and retaining them is so much easier for the districts as well.
And I think the relationships that are created with those school districts come to benefit when a principal then recognizes that they have a community member or somebody that is valuable and wants to become a teacher. They have the intern program to be able to continue to serve that school district.
I wonder the intern program, because it's almost sounds to me like it's a great path or for people who are like self-retirement, you know. I have so many friends who, I have a lot of friends who are attorneys, so, you know, have been practicing law for 20, 30 years, and they're kind of like, I'm done, I'm ready for something else. But I mean, they're not going to just stop working at 55, you know, so it sounds like that. So I'm wondering, how is that marketed to people? Because I mean, if you have people who are in the practice of law or, you know, who are, they're just burnt out of whatever they've been doing for 30 years, and maybe at 55 or, you know, I mean, my brother retired from, you know, as a police officer at 50, I mean, and now is doing security. So, I mean, like, I think people are always retiring or doing it, looking for like a soft retirement because they're not ready to fully just stop working and sit at home. They want to do something else. And a lot of them, I think, look in like the nonprofit world because they want to do something impactful. But I'm wondering if a school district or going, you know, maybe that's another way of giving back to your communities. A lot of them are like, I've been working, you know, for so long, I'm ready to do something that's impactful. I want to do something that actually makes a difference in my life. So I'm wondering, how is this marketed? Or
it's a great question, and it's something that we've spent a lot of time with our team back on campus talking specifically about marketing to this population. So we have digital marketing campaigns, and if you haven't been involved in that work, there's a lot of logistics that go in behind it, you know, determining exactly how to get to the population that you're describing. But we also communicate and market with school administrators. And we've started doing more of that this year for the exact reason that you're identifying, because they know of people in their communities, those retired folks who want to give back. A really good example is a retired military gentleman who's giving back to his community, coaching the middle school cross-country team, right? And then he becomes a substitute teacher. And then the next thing is, I'm retired, but I think I'd really like to teach junior high social studies, right? And here he comes. Right. And that's the person you're talking about. And so letting the leaders of communities know, we've done some advertising on public radio, and we really had to convince our marketing folks a little bit that that was a good place for us to be for that population. Right. So it's different. It's a unique market, but we're willing to go the extra mile to find those people to do that.
Yeah, I think that they would be excellent. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Question for Miriam. You know, I love the facts with the review teams. And you piqued my curiosity as far as the surveying and the interviewing of students. Can you give me like a couple typical questions you use students in a survey?
So one of the questions include the in-task standards for how well were you prepared to lesson plan or manage the classroom? How well were you prepared to implement an IEP plan or differentiate for your students as you were planning this, designing your course, your lesson, and teaching it? So we're asking about some of those specific competencies. We asked them about their experience in the program. If the student teaching was a good experience for them, how well they received feedback from their cooperating teacher and their mentors. So we asked those questions from the graduates or alumni, but we also asked those from the candidates. And there are two groups that I always say that even if we get so many survey responses from the last 5-10 years of alumni or all the current candidates, we still want to interview those groups as we go on site because there's always more to hear and listen to. So we gather so much from those groups. From the advisory group, we ask them how often they review the data from the program assessment to inform their decisions or recommendations to the program for improvement. We ask them if they see the evidence of their feedback being implemented in the program, because those are the purposes of those advisory groups. And we want to know if this has been done as it's intended for. So each of the groups are slightly different. The questions might be slightly different, but they all give us some information about whether the intention of that rule being there, that requirement being there is met, or if we need to follow up or strengthen some things in some case. When sometimes it's met, the minimum requirements are met, but then we have those experts on site too, and they're like, well, maybe they could do this too, and that would help strengthen this work, or maybe it would help their faculty to reduce the burden but still get the same results. Maybe some more communication would share this opportunity that they have with these other groups in the community. So there are so many different pieces that come out of those surveys in addition to the site visit.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have one last question. What are your minimum requirements to get into your teacher
program? Sure. Yes. If you're coming for secondary education, right? You want to be a high school English, science, math teacher. You need to have a bachelor's degree in that area. And then we conduct a transcript analysis to make sure that the coursework that you completed in your bachelor's program aligns with the requirements for licensure as set forth by the BOEE. You need to bring us a 2.75 GPA in your undergraduate. You need to have 3 references. We also conduct an interview with 2 members of our team. Our director of the teacher intern program and a member of faculty conduct an interview with the candidate, and there's a rubric that we use and that we score. And So the special ed pathway is similar, except for no one comes to us with a bachelor's degree in special education, right? So you come with a bachelor's degree, and then all the same procedures and criteria, and then they gain their coursework right on the pathway. So it's rigorous, right?
All the teacher preparation programs are also required to have some requirements for admission to the program that includes minimally completing 10 hours of field experience.
Yeah.
That normally students do more than that. And that's usually helping those young college students decide if teaching is for them early on with being in the classroom before they make that decision, in addition to some assessment and their GPA and other information that programs used to utilize.
We also require applicants to our teacher intern program to have at least 3 years of work experience. Because this is not a program for someone to complete right out of undergrad, right? Many of them are paraeducators, substitute teachers, or coaches. But we also have job changers like we've talked about here today.
Thank you.
I'd also like to recognize that Morningside builds their intern program into a master's degree. It's not required of the intern pathway. It doesn't have to be degree seeking, but they provide that as an additional benefit to somebody who's coming out of a professional situation to be able to further that learning and then to come out with an additional credential.
Thanks.
We do have a recommendation for awarding conditional approval to Morningside University Educator Preparation Program through December of 2026.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
John, this is Brian. First of all, I want to thank Morningside for the presentation, but would it be fair for us, my impression is that they will achieve this based on what they've done. Would it be fair to add that we would have an expectation that it would be full unconditional approval in December of 26? I'm not trying to make this harder. I feel like we heard some good things today, and based on what I heard and the cooperation between the department and Morningside, that this is going to be achieved. And I'm wondering if that's fair to put in the recommendation in addition to what's
there. And happy to have Thomas jump in as well, our general counsel. I think it's important that you have entered that into the formal meeting and expressed that confidence. I think it is always assumed that it's the board's expectation when granting conditional accreditation that conditional accreditation is temporary, that the corrective actions articulated will be implemented and sustained, and that the board will be able to grant full accreditation in the timeline given. Okay. Thomas, would you add to that?
Other reaction to Brian's comment?
I just want to say that, Brian, that's the intention with all the programs before we bring them to the board. There are many things that can change in a year. There is always the goal to collaborate and continue to work based on the goals that were set. But there has been times that the program has came back to us and at some point have said, you know what, I don't think that we can continue this. This is not working for us. And then they have decided not to complete accreditation of one of their program, one of their endorsements, or, in some cases, a whole program. No.
No.
But that, I just want to.
Did you guys leave the room?
I think that I'm very confident that they are currently, their goal is to do that. Even like sitting here, I'm very confident that that would be the outcome next year with the leadership that they have and their commitment. But I also know that things changes so much in higher ed and outside in the field. So I do want to reserve that opportunity for us to review the evidence of implementation before the board make further decision.
Maybe just one additional piece of context. In the board's recent action to conditionally accredited an AEA, it requested quarterly updates on progress. You'll note here that there is only one midterm update requested, and that's the department's recommendation based on the progress that's already been observed to come into compliance with all accreditation standards.
And we've already started to develop a progress monitoring plan and ways that we'll be working with Morningside to do that.
I just look at, there are 3 standards that are not met. And they're kind of interrelated. And so I'm very comfortable with the conditional approval. I agree with Brian. I think they will do it. But I also agree with Miriam that we think they'll do it, but here it is. Do it.
We are.
Yeah.
We are. Most of it's done. Right. And so now it's just an opportunity to sustain and build this.
Yes, have a chance to implement and get results. Yes. Other questions? Comments?
I would move that we approve the 2-part recommendation of conditional approval for Morningside's teacher and teacher intern programs through 12/26, and that we get I would suggest at least 2 updates, one at the spring, summer, and then one in the fall.
Okay. Brian's made a motion for conditional approval, but adding updates in the spring, summer, and one in the fall. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Is that doable?
Yes.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a break or reconvene at 10:35. 10:35 we'll reconvene. Agenda item 6, which is a career and technical education Perkins split.
Right.
Wonderful.
All right, Amy.
Great. Well, good morning, President Robbins and state board members. It's nice to be with you today. As a reminder, my name is Amy Giske. I'm Bureau Chief for Community Colleges. And with me is Cale Hutchings. He is with the CT Bureau team. And we are here today to provide, as requested by the board, additional information related to the Perkins State Plan, and more specifically, the secondary post-secondary funding split found within the state plan. As a reminder, the Perkins State Plan was approved at your June board meeting with a 60-40 secondary post-secondary split. The plan was then approved by the U.S. Department of Education. As part of the plan's approval, the state board requested that additional information related to the split be brought to this December board meeting for further discussion. Our team has spent time gathering this additional information, sharing and discussing it with the Community College Advisory Committee at their October meeting, and will now be sharing it with you for review and consideration. Cale will walk through the presentation slides. We'd ask that you hold questions until the end so we can move through the information and ensure there's plenty of time to discuss at the end. But we're happy to return to any of the slides if you want to do a deep dive and have specific questions that we can answer for you. With that, I'll hand it over to
Amy, and thank you, President Robbins and state board members for providing this opportunity to continue the conversation and provide more information regarding the Perkins split. To really understand the split, it's helpful to briefly look at how the Perkins Act evolved federally. Here's a timeline of a major legislative changes from its inception with the 1963 Vocational Education Act through today's Perkins 5. I want to draw your attention to 1998, which is when the conversation really began about how to split funding between secondary and post-secondary education. Under Perkins 2, the funding categories were very prescriptive. You can see the allocations for very specific learners and programs. Of the total, 75% was distributed to secondary and post-secondary, as well as adult education programs. Under Perkins 3, those prospective buckets were consolidated into a more flexible 85% bucket, with states determining allocations. A task force was convened of both secondary and post-secondary stakeholders, but as we researched these meetings, it was found that a consensus was not reached. A formula was eventually developed based on the third model, which was with the first third being total contact hours, the second third being reported operational costs, and the final third utilizing federal allocation formula for states. This resulted in a 56 secondary, 44% post-secondary split. That funding formula was used for almost 10 years until Perkins 4 in 2008. During that time, a similar third formula was utilized, but with the addition that community colleges would dedicate up to 5.4% of their total allocations to link secondary and post-secondary programming. This was when we began to see an approximately 50-50 split. With Perkins 5 in 2020, the third formula was discontinued and a new split was then created. Using the last fiscal year as a baseline percent, the reserve funds were now factored into the allocation for the first time. Again, it was a near 50-50 split, slightly in favor of post-secondary, but that 50-50 split drifted apart over time. In 2025, the split was again reevaluated and as part of the new state plan. Though the intent of the previous plan was 50-50, in fiscal year 2026, you'll notice the drift to a little over 43% secondary and close to 57% post-secondary. For fiscal years 2027 through 2029, the current Iowa plan allocates 60% to secondary and 40% to post-secondary. The rationale for providing this percentage to the more than 300 high schools in Iowa was centered around the secondary recipients, increased accountability measures, ongoing state initiatives, Perkins funding now being able to be spent on middle grades CTE programming, and shortages in the CTE teacher pipeline. So to recap, since 1997 to present, the split has drifted over time from favoring secondary to now favoring post-secondary. For fiscal year 27 and beyond, there were multiple factors influencing the new split decision. These included national averages, differences in baseline effort, new secondary industry recognized credential, work-based learning, and career and technical student organization requirements, availability of alternate funding sources for post-secondary, and the removal of the requirement for post-secondary career and technical student organizations to simply being recommended. This graph shows each state's secondary and post-secondary split percentages as we take a look at some national data, with Iowa having the 5th highest percentage allocation to post-secondary in the nation. The national average is around 64% secondary and 36% post-secondary. Another factor considered was fiscal effort, the relative funding available per student at each level. In fiscal year 2024, Iowa's baseline per pupil funding was about $53 for secondary students, compared to roughly $968 for post-secondary students. The total baseline effort of $105.53 for close to the 114,000 CTE, unique CTE students is used in calculating the state match for Perkins. Well, I illustrated how the Perkins split in Iowa has shifted since 1998. The national data points to a consistent 60-40 average split over previous fiscal years. Outside of Iowa's Perkins State Plan, Iowa's Every Student Succeeds Act, also known as ESSA plan, incorporates accountability measures tied directly to secondary CTE outcomes, including completion of work-based learning and attainment of industry-recognized credentials. Shifting back to Perkins, as part of the new state plan, the Attained Industry-Recognized Credentials Community College Awards Accountability Indicator has been added for secondary recipients. This is in addition to the participation in work-based learning. This slide shows the state-determined levels of performance targets for secondary work-based learning. The previous plan's targets are shown in green on the left with actual data in blue. The current state plan's future focus targets are shown in orange. This slide shows the state-determined levels of performance targets for the new Attained Industry-Recognized Credential and Community College Award Indicator. Previous data is shown in blue, with the current state plan's future focus targets shown in orange. This slide lists several major state funding streams that directly support career and technical education in Iowa. In addition to Perkins, Iowa's CTE programs receive targeted investments through programs such as concurrent enrollment supplementary weighted funding, more than $30 million, supporting joint enrollment courses for high school students. Workforce Training and Economic Development Fund, approximately $15.1 million, used to expand high-demand occupational programs and customized training. ACE Infrastructure Program, around $6 million, dedicated to facilities and equipment for career academies and technical labs. And the Career Academy Incentive Fund, roughly $5 million, focused on developing and scaling regional career and career academy partnerships. The next slides look at how CTE participation and instructional delivery are distributed across Iowa's education system. This slide shows data with CTE headcount by site, with the blue being CTE, with the blue being secondary CTE student at a high school site, and the yellow-orange being the post-secondary CTE student, including concurrent college or a college-affiliated site. We also have information dealing with the site of CTE credits, with the high school site being 22% highlighted in blue, and the college or college-affiliated site, including joint enrollment students, in the orange-yellow at 78%. The next is site of CTE contact hours, with high school showing in blue at a little over 1,800, or 1,800, no. And the data points for 87% of the college or college affiliated site, including joint enrollment students in yellow-orange.
So is that 1.82 million?
Yes.
Yep.
I apologize for that. Another data point that we wanted to bring to the discussion today was the high school CTE concurrent enrollment teacher type. 73% of that for concurrent enrollment teacher type would be a high school teacher, with 27% being a community college instructor teaching the concurrent enrollment. This graph also breaks out that percentage by institution, showing in orange the community college instructor and showing in blue the high school teacher teaching that concurrent enrollment. Funding implications. We did put together the data and the numbers for the allocations from fiscal year. I want to draw your attention to fiscal year 26 and forward. This is a comparison between secondary and post-secondary allocations. We can draw your attention to not only the range, but the median, and especially specifically the average at the bottom of each section. Again, focusing on fiscal year 26 and fiscal year 27. This shows the secondary consortium allocations. Again, drawing your attention to fiscal year 26. and the impact for fiscal year 27. This is a combination of both some of our larger consortiums, medium-sized and smaller consortiums of school districts eligible for Perkins funding. You can see the number of grants for those consortiums utilized with the Perkins funding, and a listing of the range, median, and specifically the average at the bottom of the page. This is our secondary standalone independent recipient allocation. Again, drawing your attention to fiscal year 26 and forward. Again, this was a sample size of the smaller independent standalones out to some of our larger independent standalone Perkins recipients. Again, drawing your attention at the bottom of this chart to the range, median, and average. And our final scenario includes our post-secondary or community college recipients. We can see that the number of grants being 15, the range, the median, the average, and the changes between fiscal year 26 and 27. This chart shows a breakdown of the career and technical student organization claims for community colleges. The current Perkins 5-state plan moves from a required alignment to CTSOs for community college to wording used being strongly suggested. This slide shows a breakdown of post-secondary funds that are used to support secondary schools. This data was self-reported by each institution. Split considerations. As was advised by the board and the Community College Advisory Committee, alternative formulas for the splits have been developed to present to you now. One option would be one alternative formula uses 100% federal formula allocation, which results in a 58.82% to 41.818% split. Alternative formula number 2 uses a half and a half scenario, half state, half federal formula for a 52.7 to 43.7. And formula 3 uses 1/3 state data with 2/3 federal formula, resulting in that 54%, a little over 54% to 45.3%. So the department's recommendation of a 60-40 split was and remains well-reasoned and defensible. That said, should the board seek to consider a compromised approach that continues to balance different institutional perspectives, the department would recommend a middling solution, which is option 3, essentially a 55-45, informed by 1/3 state data and 2/3 federal formula. Numerically, this is the middle of the 60-40 split initially approved by the board and the status quo of the 50-50 split, noting that the national average is 65-45. Turn it back to Amy to open the discussion.
Yeah, I think we can see what questions you have. If there's any clarifying questions you have throughout the presentation, we are happy to tackle those.
First of all, thank you for gathering all this information. Very, very helpful. Board members have questions about the data that was provided?
John, I don't have any questions about the data provided, but I would be interested in hearing Cass's perspective. I know that she's part of that college community committee that we formed, and I'd be interested in hearing what she has to say, if she's willing to share it.
Or she is.
Thanks,
I
Mary.
was hoping so.
I didn't want to be the person to go first, so I'll reserve my thoughts and comments in case anybody else wants to ask their questions first. Unless y'all want me to go first.
Back to the contact hours. That seems like a lot of hours. Is this what, if one student attends a class for an hour, that's
An actual time in the seat hour.
Okay.
Yeah, which can be more than the credit hours. So contact hours
Okay.
are always
Okay,
slightly larger than credit. Yeah.
that seems like a
Um,
lot.
yeah.
Notice. Just a comment, the slide that kind of spoke to me a little bit was the bar chart with the community college instructor and the high school teacher, and such a,
And we added this based on feedback from the Community College Advisory Committee. So this is just of those CTE courses being taught concurrent enrollment in the high school, how many are being taught by a high school staff member versus a community college faculty. And I had actually not seen the data either. We did present it by college because it's very different depending on the region that you're in. For some community colleges, up closer to 50% of the faculty in the high school are actually community college faculty. And at some, it's the vast majority are high school faculty. So it's just a consideration in all of this.
I wonder though, as I look at this and what I'm processing is this physically located in the high school, but not all high school? I don't know if I'm asking this the right way, but this isn't all high school contact enrollment teaching. So there are far more high school enrollment that the high schools are leveraging for high school students. So does that make sense what I'm saying?
So this would not include secondary CTE only. That would not be included here. And then any arts and sciences concurrent enrollment in the high school would not be included here. This is only CTE concurrent enrollment being offered in the high school. So if that makes sense, but I don't know if that gets to your question.
there are other concurrent enrollment classes besides CTE.
Yeah. And then other CTE that's not concurrent, like certainly there's a lot of high school CTE that's not being offered concurrently.
Yeah. Right.
Amy, maybe it's helpful also to go back to the pie chart, the 73-27, to show the statewide and then the breakdown by institution to show the variation from institution.
And the reason it's relevant, I think, is because we're trying to get at where are the costs associated with CTE. But really, they're so dispersed in different ways, depending on both the format, where the course is happening, and then who's incurring the cost for instruction.
I guess maybe that's what I'm trying to wrap around is I don't know that this fully reflects the actual cost of CTE. So like, does this capture welding? Does this capture diesel, auto tech? So like you're showing this disbursement of instruction, but we can't really actually see the cost of what they're teaching. So this could be business education, or this could be, construction theory, where they're actually in the classroom, but not the high cost instruction. Does that make sense as I'm saying it?
I think so.
So
it would include all of that if it's concurrent, but only the CTE sections. But there might be a course within a CTE program that is more theory based, but all CTE courses.
So I think there's a little bit of, I appreciate what's up here, but I think it doesn't show the disparity of cost. And that's a little bit what bothers me in showing it this way is I don't think it's reflective of the actual cost that's behind what's there.
Yeah, that's fair. And that definitely, we were not attempting to capture a full image of the cost. So that would kind of probably need to be dug into a little bit more. This is really just who is teaching those concurrent high school courses. So it shouldn't be read into more than that.
But the cost is what we're talking about in the split. And that's what's really important. So thank you for that, John. I'm glad you pulled that up.
That wasn't why I pulled it up, but you're welcome.
But there's one other thing too that I do want to go back to. Do you have another question before I?
You go ahead.
I have a question kind of to follow up with yours. So for the split, so you're saying it's the cost
Or is it the cost? So I guess,
What is considered in the split? What costs are considered in the split?
so it's real, so of our total Perkins money, 85% goes out to the field, and the split is just what percentage of that bucket of money goes to secondary, what percentage goes to post-secondary. So it's just how much revenue they're getting. We just consider costs to figure out what a fair split is, but
So teachers, I mean, they're teaching at any kind of the course and stuff like that. Are they?
calculating mathematically into the formula currently.
Okay.
Costs are not included in any of the three options presented before you. They're the site of the CTE credits, the student head count by site, and then the federal formula. So how we receive funds from the U.S. Departments of Education and Labor and the OCTAE office. Operational costs were previously included in the 1999 Perkins split, but we no longer have that data. We do not collect the operational cost data because of the feedback around the burdensomeness of the collection. When it was third contact hours, a third costs, and a third federal, the split was 56% secondary, 44% post-secondary. But unfortunately, we cannot apply the original Perkins formula because we don't have all the data sources.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Anything?
No, that's perfect. That's why we went to head count and credit hours, because we couldn't have cost.
Okay.
In the new.
With the concurrent enrollment, the colleges will charge high schools whatever their contractual agreement is, and
To cover that, yeah.
to help cover, I'm not sure it covers all the costs, but it helps.
To help cover, yeah.
Helps cover
Yeah.
the costs. And
Yeah.
And so when you're throwing in costs, it's going to vary quite a bit when you go from community college to community college, because they all have different contracts with the schools that they serve. And so, yeah, and maybe rebut to what Cass is saying, and also compliment what she's saying, is that some programs are going to be more expensive and run just with the equipment.
Yeah.
And staying current. You can't teach an mechanic class and not have a huge investment. Whereas a business class, whether it's at the high school or the college, that's the pushback, is that concurrent enrollment in business at the college isn't going to be that expensive compared to some of the heavy equipment types of programs.
100% agree, John.
Yep.
I do want to clarify, because this was a point in the Community College Advisory Committee, a big point of discussion. If we go back to slide 24, the alternative sources of funding, and I'm just noting this because this was something that the committee did talk about.
And these are just my notes here, and I'm
not an expert in this. What I understood, and I'm just looking at the notes that I brought here, not all of these alternative sources of funding are readily accessible by the community colleges to use.
So when we think about
how the split may readjust here,
they can't access these funds to fill
the gap that may shift. So as you look at supplementary weighted funding, what I have in my note is this doesn't actually go to the community college.
So I'm looking at the experts here around the table, because I'm not a K-12 person here.
School districts will receive some of the actual costs, not all the costs. The colleges receive whatever the contractual agreement is by credit hour for a given class.
Okay. And then the other pool of funding they talked about was the Career Academy incentive funds, which those actually go directly to CTE already. So.
And either districts or community colleges can apply for that. So we initially had this listed as alternative funding sources for post-secondary, but I do think that was too simplistic. It's really these sources are sometimes accessed by both secondary and post-secondary.
Okay.
But this is the pool of additional funding that can benefit CTE, but not always just post-secondary. Supplementary weighted funding flows to the district and then to the college through to the contract, tuition paid to the college. It doesn't always cover the costs for either entity, but it's just a variable.
Okay.
One of the comments I've heard and talked with some people in the field is that depending upon costs, the contracts may be adjusted as far as to be able to offer the programs. CTE programs can be very expensive. And oftentimes, unless you're a large school district, you can't afford to run some of the classes on your own. You have to pool. That's why they have the regional academies and classes on site at the community colleges.
Yeah, I talked to a few principals versus superintendents because the principals are the ones sitting at the table on this Perkins money. And it just depends on the region you're in and the community college. But so for me up in Northwest Iowa, for the secondary, the CT funding is very important because a lot of the teachers up there are teaching the classes for the community college. So they'd much rather see a bigger portion of that money because of the equipment. So for an example, one high school teacher does all the welding. Well, it's concurrent with the community college, so all that welding equipment, et cetera. So, and I'm a big supporter of community colleges. I started a career academy down at Sigourney and Indian Hills. That's still viable today, so it's an important partnership. But it comes down to the region you're in. And up in Northwest Iowa, it's like, hey, this equipment's expensive. We do a lot of it for the community colleges. And then what it's doing is preparing them for that next level of higher instruction as they go on to the community colleges, is how they put it. And I talked to a handful of principals up there. So, because they've been asking about the split. It's been out there. So they're advocating for more, but still keeping that strong partnership with their community colleges. They just say, hey, whether it's 50-50 or not, or 40-50, but like they said, at the high school level, it's the starting place to get them to the next level. And to do that now, particularly with some of this equipment, it's so expensive, even for the basic equipment, beyond what the community colleges do for the advanced training. It's given them that foundation. So it's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. So, for like a smaller school as such, like mine, where we have a little bit of everything, on the online courses, the courses taught by the teachers, and then the offsite workplaces and going to the college itself, how would like this funding like affect them as well with like everything in there, all the factors in smaller schools like mine?
So the funding will go to support to the institution to use for its Perkins programs in whatever way it kind of chooses, which might be the concurrent enrollment courses on campus, the regular courses on campus. So they kind of make those. So it would probably benefit all of those different formats and modalities. So I would say it really does. And that's up to the institution to kind of decide how to spend its Perkins money. Yeah, but this shifts just a little bit from the college side to the secondary side dollars. The 60-40 plan does, and then if it 55-45 would shift it a little bit less.
Perkins doesn't begin to fully fund any programs.
Right.
Yeah.
It's supplemental funding, but when dollars are tight, then any funding is important, but it doesn't come close. Usually at the school district level, I think from Iowa Falls, we would kind of rotate Perkins money between the different career areas. Every third year, okay, the money's coming your way unless there's something else that came up. So there's an investment beyond Perkins, a big investment beyond Perkins.
I have a question. So the regional CTE centers, how does this impact those? Are those done by community colleges, or are those secondary, or are they both, or?
They're required to be a collaboration between community colleges and districts. So each regional center has to have that collaborative relationship with at least 4 public school districts. They mostly serve secondary CTE students through concurrent enrollment coursework. mostly. There's other activity that happens at the regional center. And then often the entity applying for the grant is a community college, but not also. We've given direct grants to districts applying, but still that collaboration has to be there because they have to have concurrent enrollment as part of the Career Academy courses. So each regional center must offer at least 4 Career Academy pathways. And to be a Career Academy pathway, you have to have some concurrent enrollment so that we're getting students onto a pathway that includes post-secondary. So really that relationship has to be there in both entities benefit. But the Career Academy programs are for secondary students. The focus is benefiting secondary, expanding access for secondary students to CTE, especially the expensive equipment that we can't put in every high school.
Thank you. When it comes to CET and let's not talk about split for a second, but when it comes to CET, how is Iowa viewed as a best practice?
Just in the CTE space in general?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to that?
I think the amount of concurrent enrollment opportunities for the students in the state is viewed, highly across the nation. And so, obviously that gets to the point of what you're asking in terms of that.
Yeah.
I think some of the other things is Iowa is being put on the map in terms of middle grades programming, career exploration opportunities for students that way too, and with some of the work in our DCAP and our ICAP plans as well.
Embedding IRC and work-based learning is a key priority where we've been recognized as a national leader. More work to be done, but to ensure every student in a CTE program has a high-quality work-based learning experience and has embedded credentials. That's another key priority that I think we're doing. You see that in the new accountability plans, our intentional effort, and so we feel like we need some additional secondary funds to support that.
So Amy, just to stop with the work-based learning experience, is that for CTE students only?
It's not.
Okay.
We certainly want our CTE students, but we really want every high school student to have a work-based learning experience.
Right. So for students who may want to go into a professional career that's maybe a white collar type of position, we're still looking at work-based experiences for those students.
Yes. Yeah.
Which would fall outside the CTE.
Right. Yeah. This funding would just help build up the work-based learning within CTE, but so find other funding for that other work-based learning. But
I think in addition to being a national leader in concurrent enrollment credit attainment, we are also a national leader in work-based learning attainment, especially in the growth that we've seen experienced over the past 2 years, up to now 45% of high school seniors graduating with a work-based learning experience. It's important to note that work-based learning attainment is now, it was previously only a accountability indicator for Perkins. So for our CTE programs, it is now also an accountability indicator under ESEA. So for all schools, and the expectation is obviously strong attainment in our CTE programs, and many students attain work-based learning experiences through our CTE programs, but then also for all students, to your point.
I also think we do a really good job through our regional planning partnerships, connecting community colleges and districts to serve our rural areas. I think we're known for, getting creative to serve our rural areas through the regional planning partnerships and close collaboration with districts, because it is hard to serve those rural areas and it's not possible without the strong collaboration. So certainly nobody wants to do anything to hurt those collaborative relationships because we can't serve everyone without those.
One more question from me, and then I have some notes that I'll share. Can funding from the split directly be leveraged to support programs in the middle grades?
Perkins funding. So Perkins funding on the secondary side with Perkins 5. That was allowed down to middle grades, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And so that was a change from Perkins 4 to Perkins 5. That came with us then developing a set of standards for the middle grades that were board approved a couple of years ago. And that has resulted in, again, districts working with their district career and academic plans to stand up more robust programming of CTE experiences for middle grade students. sometimes in part with the Perkins funding that they're receiving at the district and consortium level.
Because we will review every claim for allowable use with Perkins dollars, but nothing would prevent a district as long as it was an allowable use of funds
Yeah,
for using
correct.
that for middle grades, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the answer to that's yes, they could use it for middle grades. That's how they chose to budget their Perkins money.
Because I was thinking,
The split could only be used for 9 through 12.
and then leadership dollars and reserve.
Could be used for middle grades. But the split
The split can be used.
That's a really important point of clarification. The department cannot limit the statutorily allowable uses of funds for any grant recipient.
Right. Well, I guess here are my thoughts, I guess, altogether.
That's fair.
Let's hear 'em.
All right. So in addition to the research, I want to say very much thank you to Director Snow, the CCAC, who have spent a lot of time on this, and the staff, because you have done an incredible amount of work. In the 10 days, I think someone has mentioned since our last meeting and sharing the memo from the CCAC,
I have kind of gone on a personal journey with Perkins myself to understand this.
I do not have the experience that many of you around this table do in your K through 12 roles that you have served. I have worked with community colleges in my role, but more on the periphery. But I think one of the skill sets I bring to the board is as a strategist and as a research and analysis person. And so that is what I have really leaned into in the last 10 days to understand. What I have continued to learn about the system, looking at our CTE ecosystem, is that it is deeply interconnected, far beyond Perkins. The K-12 and community colleges are mutually dependent, and neither can thrive without the other. The high schools rely heavily on the community colleges for advanced CTE, and I think that's one of the important things here to think about. And it's confirmed by the fact that 78% of all CTE credits are delivered at post-secondary sites.
And the shared delivery model is intentional
And central to Iowa's success. The other thing I think is really important, and if we go back to slide 17, because I know that this is a really critical piece here as we think about the formulas. Iowa's system, it's the national averages. Iowa's system doesn't resemble any of the other states
used for comparison.
And where I spent a lot of my time in doing research was looking at other states and their Perkins model. I looked at Rhode Island, I looked at Alaska, I looked at Oklahoma, I looked at Virginia, I looked at Arizona, I looked at Missouri, I looked at Illinois, I looked at Colorado. I understand the structures that they have in place at a high level, not
as an expert. And I understand the secondary splits that they have in place, and Iowa's system is structurally different.
And I also think a key piece here that we need to recognize as you look at these splits kind of across the board like this, that Iowa is looked at as a national best practice.
And that is one thing that we have
Overlooked, I think, in this discussion, and just purely looking at these averages as we consider our model. And that our current balance really supports the fact that we are a best practice. The partnership that we have between our high schools and our community colleges is one of our greatest strengths. And the higher post-secondary percentage in our historic split isn't a problem. It's a reflection of the system design that's worked well for our students, particularly in those rural areas. One of the things that I've learned about taking a deeper look at the proposal is, we've talked about, we haven't looked at the formula in 10 years, and it is good to look at the formula, but trying to understand what we really are assessing and how we're we're kind of backing into this and now trying to make the formula align with what we're projecting or predicting for the system and the accountabilities that we've put in place, and aligning that with a system that's successful. We deliver strong access. We have strong regional partnerships. We have strong concurrent enrollment, and we have strong rural equity right now. Before we change the split, we should first ask, is our current model producing the outcomes we want? And I think we are getting great outcomes. We definitely want more. But I don't know that we can answer the question if shifting the percentage to 60-40, or even with some of the other alternatives, if that shift will drive the outcomes that we're hoping for. I think my bigger concern right now is the federal averages don't appear to me to be relevant as a relevant piece of our formula. Where I think we need to focus, and honestly, as I really dug into our Perkins plan, there is so much need that we've identified in the Perkins plan. We have so many priorities in the Perkins plan. We don't have enough Perkins funding to address all of the needs that we have in there. And there's so much need in there that doesn't have funding attached to it, but it is all in the Perkins plan. And Mary identified some critical things in there around transportation. Transportation is recognized as an issue, but there isn't a specific Perkins funding stream attached to it. I mean, even as we talk about middle grade issues, there isn't a specific Perkins funding stream attached to it. So there's a lot of need in there. I would love us to narrow those priorities and identify what we can truly support. And then I think we really need to continue supporting the system that works while addressing those real gaps. So, I just have concerns about destabilizing the partnership that needs to exist between K-12 and the community colleges. I think we need to build capacity without shifting burdens. I think there's another alternative we could consider. So if you flip to alternative 2, because why not throw another formula in the mix, right? We're up to 4 or 5. A couple of things that I love about this is, as we look at alternative 2, I think we need to focus on Iowa data. I think we need to focus on where the credits are happening and the students. So I love line 1 and line 2 of this, the site of the CTE credits, and I love the head count by site. What I don't like is the third line, including the federal formula. So what I would love the board to discuss is focusing on if there could be a 50-50 split or some split of lines 1 and 2 and removing the federal formula from consideration in how we look at our split. So that would be my proposal to the board. And base it on impact to Iowa based on where the work in Iowa is happening.
Question for Amy. What is the federal formula? What is it?
The federal formula, so that is how the feds decide how much money to give to each state, and it's based on population, the number of individuals between particular age brackets. So it's not the federal split percentages. That's a separate issue. This is just how many individuals are in particular age brackets and served by those entities. So we have more individuals in the secondary, 58% goes there because we have a few additional heads in that age bracket than we do in the older age bracket.
Well, I think that's something that's important to consider, the population that you're serving, right? If there's more in secondary than in post-secondary, I think that's an important consideration.
So is it, I mean, that It does not have to be termed federal formula. It could be termed enrollment.
Or population.
But it,
Population,
yes.
Whatever,
yeah.
whatever you want to call it, yeah. I think that's
That's
important.
entire school age population with in a given range of students.
So I think that needs to stay in there. I mean, I think it's an important consideration.
I just have mixed feelings. I am not as deep into the woods as obviously Amy and Kale and Cass and our director are. But just over time, just observing how money is spent and what programs are developed and where they're successful, at least in the community colleges that I've had experience with. Going back to someone else's comment, you whet the appetite in the middle school years and continue to feed that appetite in the high school years, and then you get to the community college years and you marry those appetites into a career path, right? And that's where those expenses come in when you're simulating very expensive environments and career specific academies, if you will. There is a trend for these career academies. And I don't know, I'm sure that some school districts do it much better than other school districts. Some probably rely on their community colleges more than they do within their own staff and training. And it seems to be a nationwide trend, but I think Cass makes a good point, is are we a nationwide thinking group of people? I think the Iowa school system overall is outstanding in the United States. I'd have to look at some data to support that comment. But we do things that are different and are successful for a good majority of our students. And so it's hard for me when I think about this split, what will it really do to the community college environment? Will it diminish some of these programs or the quality or integrity of these programs? And then what is it really going to do in our middle and high schools when you're just whetting appetites? A middle school here in Cedar Rapids, they're replicating some of the nursing. They have those AI bodies that these kids are working on. So they're mimicking some of the things that they're doing at Kirkwood Community College. But, these kids are 12, 13, 14 years old, which is great. You're whetting that appetite. So it's just hard for me to think about, and I don't want to call it voices, whose voice is louder. I think all principals are going to say that they need more money in their schools, and I think all community college deans are going to say they need more money in theirs, right? But I think it goes back to what do we do well? What is successful in Iowa and has been successful? And if what we're doing now and on that path is the right thing for our students in the direction of this state, I struggle with why do we have to change that?
I think the change was, and correct me if I'm wrong, due to additional, I think, things that the secondary had, additional criteria. So I think there was a reason for the change, right?
Well, and to your point earlier, Brooke, when you said, we do have to look at the population. If the populations are growing in the secondary, obviously there's going to be more funding needed there.
Well, and also I think about, I've talked to a couple friends who have, students graduating this year, next year, and they're graduating with CNAs. They're graduating, they have these, because they've done, concurrent enrollment, which is great, but they're actually graduating and they're able to go out at 18 and get a job. And so they might not be entering the post-secondary. They might be, or they might be later on. But I think that if the schools can prepare students to go out and get a job, that's great. If they can prepare students to go on and continue down a pathway, that's great too. But I think that secondary is kind of, and especially with the additional, I think, work-based learning and, additional, I think that's that. I thought that was the reason for, I guess,
But I think, Brooke, the question is, even as you talk to your friends, it would be interesting to know whether they got their CNAs either through their community college or if they actually got them in their high school. That would be the first question. But the accountability measures are the key pieces that we've heard them talk about as far as where secondary has had expanded responsibility.
And then the other key piece was aligning with
The national percentages across the nation are more
60-40
split. Yeah. And that's where my heartburn is at, is that Iowa's model doesn't fit 60-40. And if there are accommodations that and I know these aren't in any priority order, but if you flip back to alternative 2 with having kind of a model that fits where Iowa data sits, that's what resonates with me. If we align our model where Iowa data sits, I think that makes more sense
than aligning with national standards
or national averages, because there's no basis across where
how any state is using Perkins. There's no consistency and I don't want to say consistency. Every state uses Perkins different. Every state has a different model for CTE and funding streams and how they braid them together. And I think this is the hardest part. And if I didn't say it very well the first time, is
the systems are so closely aligned that I think the issue that we're trying to get at here, even with increased accountability for secondary systems and how they need to report on these things,
isn't an issue that Perkins funding can solve.
Like, there needs to be a bigger discussion here about
how all of these things are being managed and aligned and put together. But Perkins funding isn't going to solve that. So giving an increase of 60% or 60-40 split isn't going to give them enough money to fix that problem.
And
there's never enough money, and there's probably more variation in school districts in Iowa than you think. I want to move, I'm going to give you a heads up, Brian. I want to move to somebody who hasn't talked yet on this topic today. What are your feelings, Brian?
When I read this report, and I want to thank Amy and Cale for the information and the whole department as well. Frankly, the whole thing seems backward to me. I would start with our goal 4, multiple pathways for CTE and academic learning. It's all based on what's best for the students. And I don't think anybody's arguing against that, but now we're down in the weeds and we're talking about slicing a pie. And how do those slices at whatever percentages, how does that match with the goal? I would normally expect, as a person who's worked with formulas my whole life in school systems funded privately by churches and parishes, you can imagine what those discussions are like. So usually you start with, in my view, what do we want to accomplish? What do the secondary or middle schools, for example, want? What will they do? It would seem like you'd start with, here's what we're proposing to do, and here's what it costs. So we should make the allocation, somehow take that into account. That's not what's happening in my view. It's here's some money, and we're gonna divvy it up differently. And the slide, mine doesn't have a number on it, but it's the one that says 2025 state plan, secondary and post-secondary. The one that has in the middle the rationale for providing 60%. It's somewhere close to there.
14.
Yeah. So that one, it's kind of, there it is. It's the rationale for providing 60% of Perkins funding to more than 300 high schools is to expand their CTE programs, and then it goes on. Well, what does that mean? There's obviously no standardization in this. I'm taking it from people that work with this all the time. It's not like we're identifying what's best and setting some standards and people aspiring to meet those. It's very local, and I'm a local decision person. I don't mind that. But what I do mind is if we have this national recognition that we somehow, we're not supposed to do harm first, right? Do no harm. And I don't want to hurt what's been successful by making a change that isn't driven by, okay, here's the goal to educate students, CTE, et cetera. Here's what we have to do that. Okay, things have evolved to where there's going to be more of this taught at secondary than there has been, I guess. At least I would think that would be it. Not here's more money, now figure out how to spend it. But what I don't want is giving less to something that everybody would admit has been successful. Have we measured if there's going to be any diminution in that success? The thing that's bothersome is this is a zero-sum game as I see it. So are we going to get, by changing the formula, are we going to get more benefit long-term? I don't know that I'm seeing that in here. What I'm seeing is a heck of a lot of really good information. It's kind of like AI. AI tells us all the different factors that have ever entered into the particular query, but it doesn't necessarily tell you, well, here's the answer, or here are the considerations, and here's how you should use your judgment to arrive at a solution. So, long story short, I have an open mind. I would really rather a win-win here than some kind of win-lose. And I think that's our job, is to find a way to make it happen. And the rationale presented here to me seems more aspirational or, a goal as opposed to how we expect the increase in funding to secondary to expand their CTE programs. It's really that simple to me. And while I see it, and I'll defer to people with more knowledge, I don't see the connection from what's best to what the different groups are going to do and how it's at least in part going to be paid for. That's my difficulty.
It's been right.
Oh, go ahead.
It's just been raised a couple times what objective we are seeking to achieve. And if you could go back to the goal charts with the green goals, 22, and then the orange map. Yes. So we have significantly, and are you on work-based learning? So great, thank you. So we have significantly increased our expectations for secondary work-based learning attainment, and the objective is to achieve even greater progress than that, which we have, which has been this really significant, almost 20 percentage point increase over the past 2 years in work-based learning attainment in the secondary space, and to continue that progress. Then we go to the IRC attainment, and to really substantially accelerate our industry recognized credential, college credential attainment. That's what this decision is intended to be anchored in. How do we achieve those rigorous but attainable goals that we've committed to in the Perkins State Plan that articulates how these funds are expended? Now, the recipients of the formula grants, we obviously have great respect for their assessment of local needs and local decision making, and then accountability for attaining these statewide goals.
And I mean, I think also, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like, I think we're talking about it's you're reducing funding, but we're not. It's all of this funding, right, is going to help the CTE program. Right. So it's all kind of going to the same goal, same purpose. And they are very interconnected. So I feel like it's not like one's not going to receive funding and the other is going to. I mean, they are receiving the funding. It's just maybe who has control or decision-making authority over more of it, or, I mean, they are going to receive it. I mean, and it's super interconnected. So I feel like, I mean, this funding is going to secondary and community colleges, post-secondary. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding is, I mean, I think again, overall budget-wise, I don't know if you can really, I mean, it seems to me that this is supplemental. So I don't know if this is going to make a monumental change in things, right?
Yep.
I think we're
That's
sitting here
important.
at this point.
CTE is not fully funded by Perkins. Perkins money is meant to drive innovation in the CTE space. So it's not meant to sustain CTE. That's sustained by a lot of other funding sources. Perkins is meant to drive forward current priorities and to advance. We don't have enough money. So I do think at all across the board, that's why this is so difficult. Both and anybody would spend it well if they had additional funds and need more. But that point about Perkins not fully funding CTE is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wasn't arguing that it's not fully funding it. That's obvious. I mean, frankly, I agree with John. We don't fully fund all education needs as a state. And probably couldn't, because that would be half of the entire state's budget.
Currently, it's
that
more
was,
than
that was an that was an exaggeration. Okay, all right.
You underestimated.
But what I am saying is that all of the things that have happened and are great things in CTE, they happened under the current formula. Okay, they didn't. Now we want to put more. We want to rearrange the allocation, and I just don't know what the end is. I don't know. How is that? Are we going to improve however you measure it by some margin that's better than now? I mean,
That's what's
nobody's answering that, and I don't know that there is an answer to it. But I just don't want to. If somebody challenges me, is why did you vote for 60-40, or why did you vote for the current formula or something else? I want to be able to say, well, we've identified that this, and this will improve.
Okay, give me a second and we'll get to you. Can you put back that summary history of the Perkins split?
Yeah.
I agree with what Brian is saying, but this didn't happen over the last 5 years. This has been a program that's evolved for a lot of years. I'm guessing, I'm going to throw out 20 years. So we're at now. And so if you look back in 20 years, start backward, you can see that the split has changed over that time. And we constantly are evolving, but what's been achieved lately isn't the result of what's happened in the last 3 or 4 years. It's happened when there was a lot different split going on. And so I think you have to be thinking that, well, where we're at today, this happened because of this split that's favoring the community colleges. Well, maybe that's part of it, but it's not telling the whole history as far as what that Perkins money has been used for. And when I look at the expectations of school districts, where they're not going to be part of their performance profile with work-based learning and all that. So there's extra expectations there. And I know that the cost of equipment probably is dropping like a rock. Maybe not. And so programs are going to be more expensive. But the allocation part, this just didn't happen overnight. And I was kind of surprised even back in 97 and 98, where the split was at large favoring the secondary schools. Which, anyway, okay, we're going to go to.
Yeah.
And then to you guys.
Thank you.
John stole some of my mojo there. reference that. And then I guess what's difficult too is each region in Iowa is different. And there's never going to be the perfect split. And I can only count to the 8 different districts I've served throughout Iowa as a past superintendent. So there's never going to be a perfect split. There's never going to be a perfect answer. What I can say is being up in Northwest Iowa, because secondary is now part of this work-based profile, there are several schools in there that do it in-house. And these kids have been graduating with a certificate in welding and that. And you have to replace this equipment. And it's becoming more costly. These prices aren't going down, just like construction. You could build a school for $185 to $225 a square foot. Now that's $300 to $400 a square foot and higher. So the prices aren't coming down. And so if we're going to be accountable for this work base at the secondary, and you have programs that you're producing kids already, and you're still having that strong partnership with the community college, we're just doing it in-house, which we would much rather do, to do it in-house with the partnership of the community college, because they struggle to find staff, just like we do. And with the equipment, that's what's difficult about this, because every region's different. And so it's too bad you can't do a formula for each region, because that's what really needs to happen.
That sounds like fun.
So
Wow.
I see all sides, and I'm here to compromise too. I'm not here to dig my heels in. It's just, I'm coming from the secondary standpoint, and I've worked immensely well with community colleges. I just know there's programs out there, and even where I came from, where I retired, we have a program, and it's very successful. And this equipment, because you are adding new equipment with some of this money, you're not just starting a new program. So when these new technologies come out, you're using this Perkins money plus some district money, or the community college, you might work a partnership with them saying, hey, if we do this, we're still working with you, but they're going to graduate through our program with the certificate from Iowa Lakes Community College. So that's where I struggle, just that every region's different. There are a lot going on in the secondary high schools where they are producing kiddos that go right to the workforce. And that's a whole different discussion. I have a whole plan with, I think, kids that are ready to graduate after their sophomore year and get into the workforce, work through the community colleges. We should allow that. I really do. And apprenticeships, but that's a whole nother discussion. But that's kind of where I stand. I don't think there's the perfect answer, because in the 8 regions that I was it was all different with the Perkins money. The consortiums were different on how they use the money. And there's not a perfect answer. And I'm long-winded, but like John was alluding to, this has changed over time. So kind of where I'm at.
Okay, Cass, and then Tom.
Two things I look at this historical split of Perkins, and I remember the days back in 1997 when SHOP was still taught in high school. And all of those, things have just changed since 1997. There were the relationships between high schools and community colleges back then. It just sounds weird to say, but it was totally different. And I think what this split shows is the evolution, particularly in Iowa, of how schools, high schools, and the community colleges have evolved to rely on each other differently. And I think we can't just look at this and think back in 1997, the relationship was exactly the same as it is today. And to me, that's what I see in this, is how the relationship has changed over the years and how we rely on each other differently. I think, Brooke, to your point, if we go to showing again how the financial change for
Which
And AIM, yeah.
Post-secondary,
Sorry, I'm not
secondary.
giving you- Just go to the slide. Where
You're supposed to
Some of the
provide and then,
individual-
yeah.
the individual
For
examples.
districts or for the colleges?
let's start with the districts.
So these are our consortium.
This is the consortium. Yep.
Do you,
The next one is individual districts.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when you look at what the school districts are going to gain, this, and again, this is where, so like as I'm looking at this,
Knoxville is going to gain, explain this to me.
so in FY '24, they're getting 22,965,000.
Right? And in FY 25, 22,608.
FY '26, 20,479, and then in FY '27, 25,000.
So the last column is really what they would get under the new 60/40 formula. So they would gain from this year an extra 5,000 Knoxville because it's so smaller.
Okay.
And then Newton would go from 37,000 to 46.
Okay.
Glenmar from 50 to 63 and so on.
So you look at a Waukee and they get an ability, Abe, that they could,
Start doing some significant, but you think about the school districts in your area and they're not buying a welder next year. Like they're not going to get that kind of,
but go to the community college page for me, if you will. But Brooke, to your point, DMAC will lose $400,000.
that's a program.
Those are teachers.
That is a significant loss. And this is the 60/40 split. It's huge. And that impacts how we function as a system.
So it may seem like 60/40, but it's big.
If you go back to the schools for me again, for $5,000, Knoxville isn't going to be able to, and I love Knoxville. I mean, they're in our Carlisle. I love them, but they're not going to be able to do a heck of a lot with $5,000. And it isn't going to go to, I mean, it isn't even going to support much of an accountability. It's going to get lost.
Well, you're making,
I am.
You're
I'm
making-
pleading the case.
Yeah.
you don't know what Knoxville is going to do.
Yeah.
No,
But
What you're saying, the amount of money may not make a big difference.
it is, I'm going to assume it won't.
not the impact that you're envisioning it.
That's the assumption I'm making for you, Brooke.
But I'm also envisioning this as, I'm not saying a drop in the bucket, but I'm kind of saying a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm envisioning like, this is an amount, but I mean, again, it's supplemental. I'm not saying it's nothing.
Yep.
But I'm not envisioning this as a make or break. And maybe that's my wrong assumption.
Well,
But try your conclusion. But I also heard what Abe said too.
and I think that's
That's important to see.
But I mean, but I absolutely agree that, I mean, it's hard to come up with this for a state when districts are, we keep on hearing that community colleges districts are so different, right? And how they use the funding. And I mean, we have no idea and they might not have any idea how they're going to use it until they figure out what they, you know what I mean? So I don't know if it's up to us to try to figure that out or even understand that. Or trying to make this decision for them. I mean, $5,000 in Knoxville, we're saying it's not a lot, but I mean, maybe that's something that they could use for some, who are we to determine that? I don't know, but, yeah. I don't think I'm making any sense right now, but.
John, I'd like to just add two more comments.
Sure.
One, are we tracking? I know that high schools, maybe not across the state, but I know that many high schools track their graduates. Is there a way that we can track kids as they matriculate through the K-12 system if they are going into, programs or jobs that they did work with work-based learning or CTEs in high school? I think that would be important to look at. I don't know how you do that once they leave the system, but the other thing is the reason why this department is recommending the split the way they are is because their priorities have changed. So we'll go back to the green and orange slide, and it, just as McKinsey stated, the incremental increase in what the state is wanting to produce from our secondary schools, that's why we're changing the split. is giving them resources to supplement programs to meet the goals that the state is defining. Is that a fair statement, Mackenzie?
Yes, and that's how we would evaluate successes at the system's ability to meet these objectives.
Right. So that's why we're having this discussion.
That hold true with the expectation from the IRCs and community college. You see those two as connected.
Absolutely. And I think that the point's been made a number of times, but it bears repeating that while these are expectations of secondary, so primarily high school, they are done in partnership with the community college system oftentimes.
Right. Right.
I think we've spent our allotted time. Thomas, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to put a frame on this discussion, and going back to Board Member Kane's point about like the rationale for a change. I just want to recenter the board on what is the status quo. The status quo is what was approved at the June meeting. So absent a change, the 60-40 split goes into effect. So the 60-40 split doesn't have to justify itself. A change to the 60-40 split is what needs to be justified. So the status quo, if this were tabula rasa and we were just writing from a blank slate, my take on it would be somewhat different. So please consider that in your deliberations. Should you not be able to arrive at consensus, the default rule is that which you approved in January or June. The discussion in June was to reconsider, but that resolution didn't, or that motion didn't put any best by date for automatic expiration date on the 60-40 split. So with that, I'm going to sit back down and be quiet. But I thought that was important for you to frame your discussion going forward.
I have a question. So the 60-40 was approved at the June meeting, and then it was approved by the United States Department of Education. So what would happen if that changed? So you just resubmit or something, or it amended?
We would have to amend the plan if we were directed to amend the plan, because the 60-40 would go into effect July 1, because the state plan that was approved in June was status quo for year 1, and then years 2, 3, and 4 is when we moved to 60-40. So that would be July 1. So if there is an amendment, we'd like to start that process as soon as possible so folks can budget for next fiscal year. We would have through the spring to amend the plan, but to do it quickly so people know what to expect for funding starting July 1.
And then how long does the Department of Education take to approve? Like,
they turned it around quickly last time. There's a lot of variables, obviously, in that space, but yeah, we would have to notify them, and there's a public comment period, at least a minimum of 30 days, because this would be considered a substantive change. It'd have to go out for public comment for 30 days. So we'd have to hear that. So we'd want to build in 6 months ideally. So we would probably want to start the process in January if an amendment were to be requested.
That helps.
Other comments or questions? Does anybody have a motion?
I make a motion to keep the career and technical education Perkins split at 60-40.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Been moved by Todd and seconded by Brooke to keep it at 60-40 or status quo or no change. Was that a better motion? Not to
No change. Is that your new motion?
Yep.
Okay, second.
Discussion on that motion. Hearing no discussion.
Well, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Is there any merit to easing into a 60-40 based on this discussion? I mean, we could do, I'm not making a motion because there is one, but we could do something like alternate 3 for 2 or 3 years and then go to 60-40. I mean, I'm just thinking about maybe, it's kind of consensus that there's not a big impact to a secondary school monetarily. And yet it feels like there is a larger impact, almost disproportionate on the community colleges in the short term. Maybe people could budget a little better if they had more time to adjust.
So are you recommending?
I'm just
We have a motion
asking
on
a
the
question.
We have a motion
Well,
on the
nobody's
table.
moving the question, so I
then.
thought I could still ask a question, right?
Yes, you can. Any other comments or questions about the motion? Since we have people remotely and I can't always hear if they're saying A or nay, we'll do a roll call. Brooke?
Aye.
Todd? Aye. Yes.
Nay.
Mary?
Nay.
Brian?
Present.
I will vote nay. So that motion is defeated. Brian, would you care to make a motion? Since you're present
Yeah.
here with us today?
Yeah. Well, I'm really not. Probably lied. I'll move that we, for the reasons discussed today, depart from 60/40 for the year starting July 1, and that we use alternate 3 for 2 years, and that thereafter we move to 60/40. That's my motion.
Is there a second to that motion? Look it up.
Is that feasible?
Yes, we could amend the plan to say option 3 for years 2 and 3, 60/40 for the final year of the plan. Right now, we're in a 4-year plan, basically. Year 1 is status quo. The current plan says 60/40 for the next 3 years. And then we'll have a whole nother plan where we can reconsider this topic. So what what's really on the table is what happens for those 3 years. So Brian's proposal would be 55/45 for years 2 and 3, and then the final year 60/40. And then we can reconsider this with the next perk in the plan.
I'll second that. Okay, it's been moved by Brian and seconded by Todd to move to option 3 for years 2 and 3 and the 60/40 in year 4. That
Yeah.
correct?
That's the motion.
That's a clarifying question.
Sure.
Option 3 is 54.7, 45.3. Do you mean 54.7, 45.3, or do you mean 55/45?
I guess I meant option 3. Sorry if I've rounded off.
No, just I know it's minor, but just to be clear.
Yeah.
Option 3.
Yeah, I actually mean 54.7, 45.3 for 2 years, and then 60/40 for year 3 to fill out the 4 years.
All right, have it clarified. So the next 2 years in this motion would be 54.7 and 45.3 for 2 years, and then a year of 60/40 round out the plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
President Robbins, I would recommend, if it please the board, some sort of revision of the motion because it's contingent on USDE approval, or the board directs the department to seek a plan amendment reflective of the split that the director articulated, because the board is not the sole decider here. It's USDE also. So that would be if board member King chooses to revise his motion to that effect, that would be more workable and sustainable.
So I would move to amend the motion I made to preface it with we seek approval of the following, and then the following would be that we use option 3 at 54.7 secondary and 45.3 post-secondary for the next 2 years, commencing July 1 of this year, and that the third, after those 2 years, it go to 60/40, and direct that the department seek approval of that.
Brian, can I ask one more question? Oh,
I was just gonna ask, so it goes to the feds and they say, hey, this isn't happening, then what?
We'll have to bring that back to you with their feedback and we'll have to discuss again. Yeah. If we try a different amendment, we'll bring you the feedback from the federal government about why they rejected it. And then you could decide if you just go back to the original plan or some other alternative.
Brian, I just want to ask one question with your motion. One of the things that, John, I'm going to do this the best I can, so you need.
Right.
One of the things that I like about alternative 2 or alternative 3 is the fact that it has rationale with the formula. If we go to a 60/40, there's no rationale with defining 60/40. It's just a straight 60/40 with no definition in the formula. Does that make sense? So when you talk about phasing, so we have this, not saying this very well, but when you're looking at the state formula, 1/3 being based on CTE credits, head count by site, does that make sense?
So if you go to a straight 60/40, we lose that formula.
And I'm not so much worried about the current plan that we're in, but I'm worried about the precedent we set for the plan after this.
I understand what you're saying, and that's a comment. Anybody else have comments on the motion?
I have a question. Do we have to commit to the third year going to the 60? Can't we just approve this for 2 years and then a reconsideration in that fourth, whatever, third or fourth year?
Wouldn't be compliant.
Yeah, the plan has to include a funding split for year
Okay.
4 because the plan includes a year 4.
I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, we'll go around again. Brooke?
Aye.
Todd?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Ryan?
Aye.
And I will vote aye. It's motion's carried. All right. Is lunch ready?
Yes,
All right, so we have that,
Good.
we're good for, until the federal government tells us. Yes. All right, we are, time for lunch. It is 5 after 12. Behind schedule. We have, is 25 minutes enough, or you want?
25's good.
All right, let's reconvene at 12:30.
Okay.
Let me get to, I have to
Oh.
get back to where I was. Okay, this last item took a little while. Okay.
Sticking on me.
We're on the annual report on citations and corrections. Tina, take us.
Great. So good afternoon. I changed my script from morning. President Robbins and members of the state board. My name is Tina Waylert and I serve as the pre-K-12 division administrator. I'm joined by Eric Height, school improvement administrative consultant, and bureau chiefs Kayla Shipley and Betsy Lamb. And during this presentation, we'll walk you through the statutory requirements and highlight the most common compliance issues we've identified across districts. And we'll conclude if you have questions for us. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric.
Okay, thank you very much. Iowa code requires 2 actions of the department related to non-compliance items. One is to provide an annual report to the public of findings noncompliance and required actions for each public and accredited non-public school. And then number 2 is provide a written report to the state board of any substantial findings of the noncompliance items or items that remain uncorrected for more than 30 days past the deadline set by the department. Just one thing to note is that the department sets any noncompliance item, the department sets the actions and the deadlines. The next slide will review these required items. This is a summary, excuse me, or overview of the of the type of review for the noncompliance items, the number reviewed, the districts and schools, and then the number of noncompliance items. And these are also in your packet. This slide covers the top 2 most common items for 4 of our areas. The first one is the K-12 accreditation. And that's what I work with. The top 2 items this past year were board review. Most common items with that were they were not reviewed within the time span, the 5 years, or we did have an annual policy that was not reviewed in that timeline, or they're missing certain language. The other one was offer and teach. They were not offering and teaching a specific course. The use of concurrent enrollment courses has helped. In the past few years, it's dropped from 85 in the 22-23 school year to only 38 25 school year. So the concurrent enrollment courses have helped with offer and teach.
Okay, and I will talk about the 2 types of reviews, special education related. So the first one is special education IDEA state complaints. So these are complaints made by the field to the department to investigate to see if any noncompliance is happening with our Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The 2 most common under that category is failure to implement the IEP or the Individualized Education Program. So that sometimes occurs when a student has an IEP and then the district is found out of compliance with implementing the services and supports in that IEP. And then the second most common is failure to provide a free or a free and appropriate public education. And so that one occurs when, again, the IEP itself may not be designed to provide a FAPE to the student, or if families or stakeholders have asked for certain supports or services and have denied those, but those would have provided that FAPE. And so that is also a way that noncompliance can be found for that particular review.
Who usually makes those complaints? Are those from families
or?
It can come from any stakeholders, but the vast majority of those are coming from families. And then the second category for special education is our general supervision requirements. So this typically comes through either a focused monitoring review process that we do with districts and AEAs or other types of citations. And so the 2 most common in this report are secondary transition services. So we found through some of our focused monitoring reviews that the secondary transition services provided to students lacked individualization, meaning that they were providing kind of a standard set of services and not individualizing those to the needs of each student. And then the second one being restrictive environment, inappropriate placement decisions. So not ensuring that the placement where the student was receiving those services was the least restrictive environment for that student.
The Bureau of Nutrition and Health Services administers the USDA child nutrition programs, and the USDA requires that we conduct administrative reviews of local organizations participating in the child nutrition programs every 2 to 5 years, depending on the programs that they operate. Today, I'm just going to focus on the school meal program reviews. Those findings were most common in the report Eric mentioned, and they represent roughly about 20% of the school food authorities who participate in the National School Lunch Program. The USDA does provide us with the questions that are asked and documented on the National School Lunch Program administrative reviews. And then in turn, the USDA conducts reviews of the state agency operations, and that includes the administrative reviews conducted at the local level. So looking at the most common review findings for 24-25, And these would again be specific to the National School Lunch Program. The most common areas in civil rights. And examples of that include maybe not having that civil rights training that's required every year, or if they've had it, maybe it's not documented. The second area is in the school wellness policy. That could be that the school wellness triennial assessment is not completed. The third area is food safety, and that could be that a standard operating procedure is not in place, or a hazard analysis critical control point plan is not in place. A little more detail around food safety is that the Department of Inspections, Appeals, and Licensing is actually the agency who oversees and conducts the health inspections. We are not. Another review area is certification and benefit issuance that has some errors with eligibility calculations for free and reduced prices. And lastly, the meal components is another review area with several findings. And that usually includes that meal pattern requirements provided by the USDA are not met. I'll turn it back to Eric.
Yeah, and do you have any questions about our most common ones that anyone talked about before we go on to the outstanding ones?
Just a comment. Thank you for categorizing. That was really helpful. I think pastors, we just received a laundry list, and this really helps make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, what are the most common ones? And I guess, and I know I asked about special education ones, but for the other ones, who's making those complaints, I guess? Is it still family members, or for all of these, or a majority, or are they?
K-12 education, that would be most of those, most common ones come from our K-12 desk audit.
Okay.
That they were required to upload certain documentation for that. So
Okay.
that's based on that.
Okay.
And for USDA programs, we're required to conduct administrative reviews of all organizations. And there are several hundred questions that are asked during administrative review on site and off site.
And so then a 5-year process.
It's a 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And this is done annually.
Correct.
So if anyone had any kind of complaints or anything bad about any of this stuff, would they be able to file a complaint, or?
So we often do get complaints, and we usually investigate that and determine if it's a valid complaint. If so, we work with the district to get it corrected. If it's corrected within a certain amount of time, it's usually, we still document it, but it isn't considered an outstanding compliance issue. Okay, Eric, would you want to share the couple?
The second part of the requirement is to share any districts that have not completed their corrective action within the timeline set by the department. There were 2 districts that did not do that. One was Arweva regarding an offer and teach for health, and the other one was South Hamilton regarding a statewide voluntary preschool desk audit. And the department is continuing to work with these districts to make sure that they do achieve compliance. Any questions?
It's 2 a typical number each year that are still non-compliant, or?
It's the max, yeah.
Yeah, in the past, we had more because of offer and teach, and they couldn't fix that like right away. But honestly, with the concurrent enrollment being able to count to offer and teach, that greatly reduced that. So most people, when there is a non-compliance, most districts immediately work to correct that. Like on Kayla's, a lot of them, they can even correct them right on site when they're there. So I would say when we point out an issue to a district, a board policy or something, they right away then work like, oh, we missed that one, to get it on their next board agenda.
So the 2 school districts that were cited as far as past 30 days, are they corrected now, or?
We're going to be working with them. Eva is, at this point, is not. We're to keep working with them. And I'm not sure.
Is there a reason?
Teacher,
yeah.
That's an offer to teach.
Yeah.
It's a requirement there. Sometimes Arweva is a little unique because they do share with Carroll. So they send their high school students over to Carroll for part of the day. Excuse me. And so part of it is they're not able, sometimes it's a case where the students don't want to take that course at Carroll because other students aren't. So we're continuing to work with them to maybe offer that course in-house at Arweva to make sure that they have a student take it. The other thing too is we worked with them to make sure that they understand that an online course may meet it. So.
Okay.
With that, we'll also know for sure, one of the things we've incorporated into our desk audit with Offer and Teach, we're starting to looking very closely at the SRI data. So that actually says these are the courses that are taught at a district and there's actually a student in there. So we'll know more too in January after they've uploaded their second semester data.
Any other questions or comments? Seems like food service gets a lot of action.
You do. Do a great job.
Is there a complaint category that I don't like the food?
Not an administrative review.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was good. Thanks.
My kids eat breakfast and lunch at school because I can't get them up and fed. It's 7:40 in the morning. So I'm like stuffing it in my daughter's like, I'm hungry. I'm like, go, I'm like, get out of the car, go eat breakfast. And her teacher said she takes forever to eat, but she eats everything and she's always trying to grab more than she's allowed to. So she goes through line. She's like, I want this, I want this. And they're like, you can only have 3 items. And she's like, oh. So no complaints from my kids on the food.
Builds character. I'm a school lunch vet.
I used to love my school lunch and I was in, yeah.
I visited Beverly Hills High School and this has been years ago. Their food service is like you see at the food court. So they had Italian and all these different
options. Wow.
Ask it, how's the food? Terrible. Okay, I digress. Let's do some independent accrediting agency.
Okay, well, Eric and I have introduced ourselves. This is Andrea Danker, and she is a school improvement consultant. She serves Green Hills, but she works across the bureau. One of the things is on independent accreditation. So we are going to do an overview of the independent accrediting approval process, including the statutory requirements, the department's review process, and we will collect feedback around our current application. Before I turn it over to Andrea, I'm going to give you just a little bit of a background. We did completely redo this application 2 years ago. And since that time, we feel like overall it's been working really well for us. We have approved 3 applications using this current application. We've denied 1 using that. We do have 3 pending right now, but we wanted to make sure that we had the highest quality and that you had a chance to give feedback before we bring the 3 accrediting agencies to the table that have applied. Right now, just also for reference, we currently have 9 approved accrediting agencies in the state that are working with our state, I should say.
I have a question. So so they're 9 and they're for non-public schools. So how does that work? I mean, how do they, is the 9 that are available to you, you choose one or something, and do they choose different ones? I mean, do they just normally? It seems like 9 is kind of a lot. I don't know.
That's correct. They can choose who they want to work with. We do have some that have a lot more. Like I think it runs from we have 1 accrediting agency that accredits 1 school, and we have another that accredits 55. So we've had some around since the beginning that were actually named in code at one point. And so those that have been around for a while tend to have more schools. We also sometimes they choose to change accrediting agencies as well.
Why would they change accredit? I mean,
we have never asked them the question about why they chose to change. Sometimes I don't know if it just aligns more to what they're doing. We feel like all of them that we have approved are asking for alignment to are you following state law, really care about the instructional programs, that they're following all the rules. So I wouldn't say that we've had a lot change, but some have.
Interesting.
And right now, we do not have anything that would cap the number of accrediting agencies that we have. So when they apply, we treat them equally. We apply our application, our rubrics, our scoring, and make our recommendation.
So could you have an accrediting agency that's approved, but just doesn't have any schools that they're?
We could, yes. We could. Right now, that is the way that it works.
Interesting.
So is there a magic number or a range of number of accrediting agencies that we can manage?
That's one thing that, sorry if I'm taking anybody's,
Nope.
one thing that we have done also in the last couple of years is I don't think we had a lot of interaction with the accrediting agencies that were named in code prior to the last 2 years. Now we have regular meetings, regular communication. We're in very close contact with them, quarterly meetings. So it hasn't become unruly at all as far as inviting them to join, overseeing the processes, working with them on timelines. If we do have problems, we do manage that through a non-compliance and ask for corrective action plans, and then we monitor that plan. So right now, everything feels fairly manageable. And I'm saying that when they're doing most of the work, but we have not run into a lot of issues yet as far as overseeing. Okay, so I'm going to have Andrea jump in to code real quick.
Yeah, so we're just going to kind of ground all of this in code, and why we're here is that Iowa code does allow for non-public schools to be accredited by an independent agency. And if schools choose to participate in this alternative accreditation process, then we at the department rely really heavily on those agencies to identify when those schools meet the necessary criteria for accreditation. However, schools are still required to comply with any statutory requirements for health and safety in the state of Iowa. So here you can just see a list of what current responsibilities are of the independent accrediting agencies that are approved within Iowa. We do review these responsibilities at every quarterly meeting that we have with them. Tina referenced that we're in regular communication with these agencies, and we review their responsibilities so that there's clarity between us at every meeting. So we do rely on them to keep us informed of any new schools that they're working with, but especially to let us know who they have accredited by April 1st, which is a date that's in code for any new schools to be recognized as accredited. We expect them to verify with us from year to year if schools are continuing to meet those accreditation requirements. And then we are also asking them to ensure that the assurances that the independent or that the schools that are accredited through them, the assurances that they agree to at the beginning of each year, that they're overseeing those assurances to make sure that the schools are following through on that as well. And then this is just kind of a broad overview of our application process to become an independent accrediting agency. So it really begins with the application opening up on the department website sometime usually around spring, summer. And then these applications are submitted to the department around September. Once those are received, currently there's 2 of us that are working in the role in the non-public accreditation side. There used to be 3. So depending on how many are in that role, we individually review and score these applications based on a scoring rubric that's standardized to the application. Once we've individually reviewed, we get together, talk about our scores, weigh rationale for scores, and come to consensus on scores, and then any recommendations that we would bring forward to the board. And then finally, these applicants are only recommended for your approval if they meet a certain threshold on the score, which I think Eric's going to talk a little bit more in detail here in a little bit.
As Tina had mentioned before, one of the things that we really try to work with and try to excel in the past 2 years is to make sure that we increase communication with agencies. Because since 2021, we had 60 independently accredited schools. We're up to 115 now. And so what we do is to ensure that those schools understand what's going on. We've created different things to ensure that their accrediting agencies understand that. And so what we do is we've had to increase relationships. We've held quarterly meetings with the agencies. And then as soon as any new agency comes on board, we immediately, it's right after the board meeting, meet with them online and review their requirements. We have had comments from the agencies that they've been very appreciative of these meetings and communication.
So the next slides for section A through E have a lot. It basically told you everything that was in, why don't you just go to the next one so they can see an example. Told you everything that we were asking for within that section. So I'm assuming that you've had a chance to review these. So I am not going to read all these to you. And I think what I'll see is if you had feedback, that was our main purpose today, is if you had any feedback around any of these sections for us to strengthen our application. And so I'm just going to open it up at this point to see if you had anything that you were thinking about that would help us out in these. Or if you would like me to go section by section, we can just pull it up here so you can read it, if that would be more helpful.
I think one of my questions, in the applications that you denied, what did you find most useful in the application, or what led you to be able to do that denial effectively?
Yeah, I think the part that I really noticed in the last one, actually go back to your last slide. I wanted to see which one were standards and processes is where we got the one I know that we denied, like I couldn't find academic standards. That's a big deal. And so right away, then we knew that without being able to see academic standards, that they couldn't even score high enough. So we did deny that application. And sometimes I'd say one of the lower scoring ones is sometimes on the processes. Like, how do you know that? So you accredit a school. What are your processes to make sure that what their initial application said that you're checking on that? So, some of the accredited agencies go out, they do site visits, they're in regular communication. So those are the ones that have scored higher for us. Would you guys add anything to that?
Only that in section A, there are some pieces that automatically then disqualify them as well if they don't have components. So that would be another way that they could be denied automatically.
So there's some that maybe don't go out and do a visit, or do they all go out and they say?
Well, the one that I know we denied just said, we'll check in with them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 0 points. So, but honestly, most of them that are applying have been working in other states. They have a record of what they're doing. And so, yeah. So we have been able to look and see if they've been successful in other states as well. And they put that as part of their evidence.
And the one we denied, we met with them after we brought the recommendation to the state board with them, provided them with feedback. And again, and they still didn't meet the criteria. Denied again.
They weren't able to fix the.
No.
Oh.
No.
And just to follow up, a clarification, ultimately, the state board takes action. So we make a recommendation to the board approves or denies independent accreditors, and then the State Department of Education implements the state accreditation process for these state accredited non-public schools. There's two pathways to accreditation. One is that the Department of Education directly provides that accreditation. And the other is that a state board approved independent accreditor provides that accreditation. So this is a significant function and responsibility of the board.
Because public schools do not have an option to go through this process. I asked that many years ago. Maybe you remember that. That's
You, you will.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Started asking me to do the compliance through the DE and school improvement through a different organization. That's just me.
And if they're state accredited, non-public, we treat them just like our public schools, virtual, they do desk audits annually. So we are really working in this case directly with the accrediting agencies. And probably the biggest challenges the accrediting agencies have had is around following our timelines. And so we've been tried to be very, very clear with that. I know you probably know there's been a few waivers and they've been around issues with the accrediting agency missing a deadline on behalf of a non-public school. So I feel like we have been very clear on that now, and we should not have that issue again.
I haven't paid any attention to this part of it, but those schools have the same ratings as the public schools. So the performance ratings at the end of the year, are those involved at all?
No, we do.
Should they be?
No non-public for like the Iowa school performance profiles, non-public schools are not in that. We collect achievement data, but they are not within the ISPP scores.
So do they have their own like assessment? They do the.
No, they take state assessment.
Okay, they take, okay.
If you want to go to the last slide. So as we were preparing for this, we were going through, just because honestly, we feel like we have a really strong application, but we were like, is there anything else that we could do? So we listed just a few things here. We do have some assurances. The one part that we thought, I see it through here, that we thought that we could be a little bit stronger on is truly having them tell us how they're making sure that they're aligning to our state laws. And so we have that in there. We thought we could do that a couple ways through actually having them describe how they're doing that, put an attestation, put a few more assurances in. So we just a couple of the issues we have with timeline. Really, that has been our only concern around timeline and making sure that they understand it's their responsibility to make sure that their schools are following all of Iowa code that they need to. So these were just a few ideas that we had, nothing that would substantially change it in any way, the content, just a few additions.
Do they collect stakeholder feedback?
Do the non-public or do the accrediting agencies? I don't know.
I think it probably depends on each independent, what their processes are. Some do different surveys. In the few, I've only scored a handful because I'm fairly new. But yeah, they all kind of have a little bit different process that they engage in.
I would think that they would have to have some type of improvement process, and like any organization, like how are we going to get better?
So they do talk about that, and that's within their processes and structures. They do talk about, we have questions in there about if a school was not meeting expectations or meeting your standards, what are your processes for working with schools? So they do explain that to us through the process.
I was talking about more of a self-evaluation of their performance as an accreditation agency.
Yeah, so I mean, that's something we could ask them about. The other thing that we did change is the accrediting agencies that were listed in code, they had never had to reapply because they were just listed in code. And so was that last year?
It was.
Yeah, so we did say every 5 years, no matter if you're listed in code or not, you are going to reapply. So then we were able to ask them a few more questions at that, like, okay, how has it been going? Have you had any complaints? All that type of questions as a reapplication. So that was a new process we started last year.
About how many non-public schools choose this alternate route?
There's 115 this year.
Do you know how many state?
There's 114 state accredited. 114 state,
Oh,
150.
thank you. Okay, so it's about 50-50.
And just the Venn diagram, there's an overlap in the Venn diagram circles. There are some state accredited schools that maintain accreditation from an independent agency also. So just because of a faith community that they're associated with or an educational approach. So there's a notable handful that choose state board accreditation while also maintaining membership in independent accredit. It can help for transfers to, or like enrollment in that faith traditions institutes of higher education, for example. So there is some overlap between the two circles.
Interesting.
But if there is overlap, then the rules on state board accreditation apply.
And I know we have one non-pub that is specially accredited, meaning how many percent? 90%? 80% of their
Actually,
students
three.
go on to post-secondary, and they have independent accreditation and they have state accreditation. So.
We did that in Iowa Falls.
I think just one additional piece of context is that this is the board's application. This is the application that the board helped develop and that the board ultimately adopted, and is the information that we collect, present to you, and the basis for which you are ultimately making your decisions to approve or deny independent accreditors to operate in the state of Iowa. So if there is anything different you'd like to see in this process to inform your decision-making, that's the direction that we're seeking from you today. So, for example, if you wanted to see a self-evaluation process, or if you wanted to see evidence of number of schools you would likely be to accredit or do accredit, those are things that would be included in the application, but ultimately the board needs to provide that direction.
I think that maybe it would be nice to see, because you said now that they have to reapply every 5 years, maybe from cycle to cycle, when they reapply, if they gained more schools or if they lost like a significant, I mean, even if they lost 5 or 10 schools, like why?
So it's just their trend in
Yeah.
crediting numbers.
I mean, I don't know if they're tracking that, but like, I mean, if you've lost 50, like if you have 10 schools and you lost 5 schools, I mean, is there an issue there? I mean, is there like, I don't know, but it might.
Thank you.
Maybe just ask that.
Big issue with the independent accreditation agencies has always been, now that we're giving them money for student, are they meeting our standards? And I think when I talked with Tina, she was pretty confident that having places holding them to the same standards as what we would for an accredited public school, which is important to me. Before, when there was no money assigned, and that's one thing, when you start putting in millions of dollars, that's a different scenario.
Absolutely.
Any feedback as far as the application, because we're intending to use this application ASAP.
Yes, we do have 3 pending applications that actually applied on this form because it was out there, but we wanted to see if there was anything else that you thought you might need in order to make that decision. And we could collect extra information from those 3 accrediting agencies before we brought them to the board.
And we'll get to see their application. And the scoring and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Any comments or questions, suggestions? Hearing none.
Good.
Thank you. Onward and upward. Here we go. Well, let's talk about special ed. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to present to you today the results of our differentiated monitoring support visit, or what we call DMS. And this visit was completed by the Office of Special Education. So another acronym, OSEP, is what we utilize as well. I am Lisa Breitfelder. I am the Division Administrator of Special Education for the Central Team. And with me, I have two of my Bureau Chiefs. I'll have them introduce themselves.
Betsy Lynn. So I am the Bureau Chief of our Bureau of Student Evaluation, Instruction, and Services in our Division of Special Education.
And I'm Kimberly Velati. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Early Childhood. Long time no see, right? Yeah, good to see you again.
Okay, so today we're not only going to review with you the findings that we had through this report, but we're also going to touch upon what OSEP was actually impressed by here with Iowa, things that we are accomplishing, our processes and our procedures in special education. As we take you through this report, you will begin to notice that there are a number of findings that are kind of characterized by what we would have as a prior lack of clarification between what is the general supervision role between the department, the AEAs, and what we say are our PTIs, which is our Parent Training and Information Center. So you'll start to notice those clarification needs throughout this report. The findings from OSEP are copied and pasted directly in the PowerPoint that you have. But the full report in its entirety is actually on OSEP's website. So it is published there on their website. In a few minutes, Betsy will be walking you through DMS timelines on one of her slides. But what she's going to really cue you in on that I want you to pay attention to is the relationship of the timing between when OSEP was here and on site with their monitoring visit, and actually the timing of the legislation discussions that were happening around House File 2612. So there's a big correlation there. As I mentioned earlier, a number of the findings are regards to the lack of clarification in general supervision. But the passing of House File 2612 has allowed already for stronger alignment between the department's full general supervision responsibilities under the IDEA.
Okay. So to provide just a little bit of background on this differentiated monitoring and support process that OSEP engages in, this is an updated process that they used actually starting in 2018. Iowa started their engagement in 2023. And what OSEP really wanted to do was shift this monitoring approach away from just looking at compliance with IDEA and also focusing on outcomes and results for infants, toddlers, and children with disabilities. Another feature that was changed in this new DMS 2.0 was that OSEP really wanted to have a differentiated approach for each state. And so part of that process was to look at each state's unique strengths, processes, challenges, and needs, and then kind of customize their monitoring based on what those different characteristics brought forth. The process began with with OSEP organizing all states into 5 different cohort cycles. Iowa was lucky to participate early on, one of the first states in cohort 2. And part of that process that OSEP has engaged with each cohort is they gather feedback from the states. So for example, in cohort 1, after completing their monitoring with cohort 1 states, they gathered feedback from those states and then made tweaks and refinements to the monitoring protocols. And so then in cohort 2, we were able to then engage with those refinements. And then they did the same thing with us, gathered our feedback, and then those are being implemented with cohort 3 that's going on right now. One unique feature I want to point out with Iowa's monitoring process was a decision by OSEP to conduct a joint monitoring visit with Part C and Part B together. Iowa is unique in that our Part C, which is our services for infants and toddlers with disabilities and their families, called Early Access in Iowa, led by Kimberly and her staff, and our Part B special education services, learners age 3 through 21,
Both of those systems are overseen and housed at the Department of Education. Other states commonly have those two systems in different state agencies. And so that really is a strength that OSEP recognized, and because of that, wanted to do our monitoring visit together. We really do have a comprehensive, seamless system from birth to 21, a lot of overlapping staff who really serve and work together very well. And so they were excited to do this visit jointly. A lot of other states had 2 separate visits, 2 separate teams, 2 separate timelines. And so we were excited to be able to highlight that as a strength of ours, and then that they recognize that as well.
There was power in numbers too. Like we felt good hanging together. So
Agreed. So through the monitoring process, OSEP is examining 8 key components of general supervision. So fiscal management, integrated monitoring, sustaining compliance and improvement, dispute resolution, technical assistance and professional development, data systems, state performance plan, an annual performance report, and policies and procedures. So as you can see, this is a very comprehensive look into our system. I will highlight that the strengths that OSEP found through this process were in the areas of continuous improvement, technical assistance, professional development, data systems, and our state performance plan and annual performance report. One area that OSEP was particularly interested in hearing and learning more about was our dedication and support of continuous improvement through our comprehensive and data-rich system, Achieve. So Achieve is our birth to 21 system that we use for learners and families in lots of different ways. And again, that is a first in the nation system that OSEP wanted to learn more about. So while they were here on the visit, they actually requested to use the first part of the first day for us to present to them on that system, as well as give them a demonstration. And then since then, we've had opportunities to present on that system nationally. Most recently, we were in Washington, D.C. at OSEP's Leadership Symposium and presenting on that system, and then also having other states reach out to us as OSEP has spread the word about the system. So that was something we were particularly proud of and that they were very interested in hearing about.
And you copyrighted that system, right?
We do own it, so that is the good news, yes.
Okay.
That's a good question.
I have a question.
Yes,
Sorry.
of course.
Okay, maybe this is, I probably should know this, but does this apply to non-public schools as well, or is it only for public schools? And what about for charter schools as well? So do they have access to, I mean, and does the special education, I mean, the AEAs, and then do they look at those schools as well? Or, okay. So
all of it, everything.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is the Achieve program, is that available to non-public schools and to charter schools? Okay.
Yep. And in fact, there was a piece of our on-site visit where they had particular protocol questions around non-public schools. I think Thomas got the pleasure of answering many of those. So yes, it definitely was. Again, a very comprehensive, deep look in everything that we're doing. So.
And I would also point out, since the visit, we've actually been able to hire a full-time staff member who is supporting students with disabilities as an EPC for students that are in non-public schools.
So on this slide, it provides kind of a background of that big picture timeline of this monitoring process. So again, this started for Iowa in October of 2023 with an initial letter and phone call with OSEP, where that kind of kicked off this process, and they outlined the different protocols and different documentation that they would be looking for as we went through this process. Between October until April of 2024, our team was very busy pulling together all of that documentation, as well as looking for if there were any gaps, filling those in, right? Making sure that we had those processes documented and able to provide. So in April 2024, we submitted that initial documentation to OSEP. And then in May of 2024, we did a virtual call with them where we did an overall presentation of our general supervision system to them. And then from May until September, OSEP's time was looking at all of the documentation that we had submitted. And then they were also conducting virtual stakeholder interviews. So we provided names and emails and different staff that they could engage with. They also requested to talk with certain districts based on some of the data. And so they were virtually interviewing families, district staff, AEA staff, and other stakeholders up until the point when they came on site. So this is where I'll point out what Lisa referenced. If you look at the timeline, you will see that at about the same time that this monitoring process was happening, we then had legislative conversations happening, and then ultimately the passing of House File 2612, which really did create some reforms to our special education system and how our general supervision looked. So as that was happening, we did have some conversations with OSEP to say, you know, we're about to go through a pretty major system change in Iowa, and that may impact the evidence that you're looking at, because the evidence we were providing was 3 years prior to the beginning of this process. And so as they're looking at documentation, some of that may no longer be applicable once that House file was signed and implemented. So we suggested maybe deferring the visit a little bit to give us time for that passage of the legislation to happen, implement, and then have new evidence to provide of what our system then looked like. And they were very open to that conversation. They wanted to maintain the timeline as it had been laid out, but they did say, as we were, especially once they came on site, because at that point in September, that legislation had begun. And so we were able to have conversations with them about, you know, this is what it looked like before, and this is what it looks like now moving forward. And so they shared with us many times that they would take that into consideration as they were reviewing our different evidence, and that we would then be able to provide updated processes, procedures moving forward from there. The on-site visit happened in September of 2024, and then we received our reports this past June and July. So for Part C, we received it in June, Part B in July. In October was an initial submission of documentation of things that we had actually already corrected kind of through that course correction and with House File 2612. And then we have until next summer, June and July, to complete any additional corrective action, although we anticipate most of this will be corrected quite a bit before that.
So that new legislation, which I'm not sure the number you said, but is that the one that transferred more authority over special ed to the state?
Yep, exactly.
And I'm assuming that then helped with correct some of the remediate some of the citations by doing that.
Exactly.
I was picking up on that.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll provide more details when we go through the
Thank you.
things. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Okay, and then one last thing, just to provide again a little bit of background on the document itself. So for each of those 8 component areas, there was a request to provide internal processes and procedures for each one of those, as well as any documentation that we have posted on public websites, guidance, technical assistance materials, all of that, or with information that they wanted to review, as well as evidence of monitoring activity. So for example, we provided, if we had done a focus monitoring visit, all of the evidence of what happened during that visit, as well as the resulting report. Overall, between Part C and B, it was over 200 documents that was submitted to OSEP to review.
Right for special ed stuff.
Lots of paperwork, yes. The on-site visit, OSEP brought a team on-site here and spent 5 days with us. They also had team members Zooming in as well. And so it depended on, each day had a kind of a different component area we were looking at. So depending on what that component area was, staff on site, and then any additional staff at OSEP who maybe that was the focus of their work. And then same for the department, those interviews were with department staff. And then our team would kind of switch depending on what we were talking about. So if it was fiscal, we would make sure we had, members from Cassandra's bureau, Bureau Chief Klein, to have that voice of how fiscal management looks like. And again, Part C and Part B together. At the end of the 5 days, OSEP did do a debriefing with us to provide us their preliminary results. So it wasn't anything official, but it was to allow them to give us their initial, what they thought could occur to be findings, which we really appreciated because then we could immediately start addressing those and working on those before we even had the report, which is exactly what we did. So again, once we had the report and looked at it, we're like, oh yeah, we've addressed a lot of these already. And just in general, I will say, while it was a very comprehensive process, our team found it extremely valuable. It really was a great opportunity for us to really dig into what are the different protocols and processes that we're following in Iowa? How does that look with our partners in the field? As well as engaging with other states. So we had opportunities to talk to other states who had gone before us and have gone after us to really learn from them and learn from each other. We also worked with our National Technical Assistance Centers. They were extremely supportive. They would do document reviews and take a look at some of the things that we had and give us suggestions on where we might want to explain things further or add to that. They actually came on site about a month or two before the visit and did a mock interview with us. So for 2 days they spent with our staff, which I think our staff really appreciated, getting comfortable and again, helping us with what that interview process would look like. So we really appreciated that as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Lisa to provide background on the findings.
Yes. So as Betsy mentioned, within her timeline, we had two reports come out. We had the Part C report, which is, you may recall, is our birth through age 3 learners. And that is overseen with Kimberly and her bureau. And that came in June. And then we had the Part B report, which is our age 3 to age 21 learners. And that is in Betsy's bureau. And that came on my second week on the job. So, as some may see that as a hindrance, I kind of was a little giddy and I'm like, I actually have a roadmap now and I know like something I can dig into and really get to learn. And it was really exciting to see the team review the report and say, oh my gosh, we've already done this. We've already done this and we've already done this. And as Betsy just mentioned previously, the amazing assistance from the TA centers. OSEP just got on the call with us and walked us through the report and everybody has been so supportive, great with answering questions, and have already been excited to see the documents that we have shared. So we are going to start with the Part C report. Kimberly is going to walk us through that. So it's our birth through age 3 learners.
Awesome. Thank you. Good to see you all again. Let's talk about Part C, as Lisa described, the provision of services for early intervention services, specifically for families and children birth to age 3. This is many times referred to or referenced as sort of a preventative lens towards early intervention and special education, in the fact that we look at and follow a paradigm of, if we recognize a challenge or an issue and we intervene early, hopefully we can do some correction, some redirection, and we are able to avoid challenges later in the student or the learner's life. So that's kind of the viewpoint or paradigm of Part C itself. IDEA Part C in Iowa is known, as Betsy alluded to, early access. That's typically what it's referred to in different documentation and such. And it is engaged or led by 3 state agencies who each have a role in Iowa's larger early care health and education system. The Department of Education, of course. The Iowa Health and Human Services is another partner. And University of Iowa Child Health Specialty Clinics is our third signatory agency or partner. Even though all 3 of us are in this role, the Department of Education is commonly referred to as the lead agency. The responsibility, the authority, and topics involving general supervision do fall upon the Department of Ed. I'm excited to say we have a new team member who also joined us. Celeste Moore-Tweet is our new Part C coordinator. We had a different coordinator at the time of the visit. She has now transitioned on to bigger and better things.
I may have stolen her.
We were very excited to have Celeste join our team. So Celeste is having a similar experience to Lisa. Welcome to this.
Longer than Lisa does.
So, and then thinking about how early access looks logistically, our services are provided in the state primarily through Iowa's AEA system. So they are 0 to 3 early intervention providers. But we also have another slight smaller partnership that specifically hones in on and focuses on medical expertise through our partnership with University of Iowa Child Health Specialty Clinics. They offer a great amount of information in that space. During our visit and upon receiving our report, our Part C early access team received 2 findings based on the review. They fell in the areas of fiscal management and dispute resolution. I really want to emphasize, before I jump in too much detail, to both Lisa and Betsy's comments, these were not a surprise. We were in an effort and in activities that were engaging in continuous improvement and self-reflection. Our legislative process had helped us reflect and consider and perhaps wonder about how systems or processes could look differently. We would like to have not had any findings, but these were not shocking. And as both of them said, we had a plan in place. So we've been able to offer a great amount of correction already. In fiscal management, you'll actually see the official language from the report. This topic really essentially reiterated and confirmed the department's responsibility to have increased accountability in fiscal activities and reporting in our sub-granting activities with our AEAs and in our partnerships. Specifically, we were reminded that the department has an obligation to ensure that IDEA Part C funding, so the amount of early intervention funding we receive, is to be utilized as the payer of last resort, meaning that all other available or permissive funding streams should be considered and exhausted prior to the use of federal funding. That is something that we are working on transitioning and evolving more thoroughly in our fiscal process. Our action plan really emphasized tightening those fiscal processes and the procedures we had with each of the entities as we have an application and a reporting process. We were fortunate that this was something that was actually already being discussed internally, as Lisa referenced. This finding for both Part C and a similar in Part B led to the ability for us to move forward in the development of a fiscal online application, which will greatly reduce the amount of human resource and capital involved in this. It will very much complete the various fiscal processes and the reporting activities that our grantees must complete annually. So the system is going to do a lot of the heavy lift, but our staff are going to be able to use the system in a way to work through this. Very similar, parallel to our Achieve system, only on fiscal topics. The other advantage we had is a tremendous amount of support from the director and other leaders. We were actually able to add an additional staff member in Dr. Klein's School Business Operations Bureau to fulfill this role. So that was going to really lighten the load on our program staff and really put someone in this position to use this new application who had a fiscal lens towards work as opposed to a programmatic lens. So we were very excited to see that come to fruition. More about that will come up in the Part B discussion, so I'll pause there. Our second finding was in the area of dispute resolution, with the requirement for our team to refine our mediation policies and practices as a state. At a high level, there are federal IDEA requirements that are involved and represented regarding activities of mediation when those occur. Through their review, OSEP identified the existence of two mediation processes available to families at that time. There was a system available through the AEA, and there was also a system or process available through the department. OSEP shared significant caution with this practice and, quite simply put, said to us, having two mediation processes within the one system could even unintentionally result in delayed or unrealized dispute resolution rights. We could accidentally or unintentionally be delaying someone's timeline for some of the activities that are involved in dispute resolution. Upon the review of this finding in our report, the department was able to take immediate corrective action. And in fact, we did it while they were still on site. It was a topic that came up in some of our debriefs. We were able to take immediate correction and change our process and our available procedures. The department spoke with and directed the discontinuation of the AEA's mediation process. So that second process that was available was discontinued. The discontinuation provided an assurance that the mediation process representing the rights and responsibilities and protections of dispute resolution requirements of IDEA was truly available and the only mechanism with which families would engage in that process. So we really cleaned that up and removed any possibility of a misstep. This is also another topic that is related in our Part B findings. So I will turn it over to Lisa.
Okay. Before we move on to your Part B, is there any questions on Part C?
I don't hear any.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so Part B are aged 3 to 21-year-old learners. Part B actually had 7 findings in 4 different component areas. The first component area you see here is in monitoring and improvement. It is in regards to noncompliance of IDA Part B in a timely manner. So our division, and kind of in the report that Betsy did with the noncompliance earlier that you heard, we receive information in many different avenues. In the special education division, we can receive calls from Call Cadre, which can be parents or families or staff within the field. We also get just through our data teams, through what you'll hear next in our IDA-DA report that we provide to you as well. So there's lots of different ways and avenues where an opportunity for noncompliance at a local school district level could occur around IDEA Part B. And as we know, students have so many unmet needs and well, here, let me tell you this one. Here's an example. So we had just literally an email came to us and said, hey, we heard that this school district is automatically graduating learners at the age of 18. And we're like, wow, that could be a problem, right? Because they are, if they have unmet needs, if they still qualify, they have the ability to receive services until the age of 21. So what our team did is we went through our Chief system. We're able to pull the last 3 graduating classes of seniors and to determine, did they all graduate and what did their documentation say? And through that process, we were able to see every year there were some students that still continued on to transition services after the age of 18. So right now we were able to just quickly say, that's not actually accurate. We did a data review and then we don't have to move on beyond that. So that's one way we could do that. However, there are then times, let's say if we pulled that up and we went, they actually did graduate everybody at the age of 18. If this is all true, this could possibly be true. This could be an area of noncompliance within IDEA. We need to do some more checking. We need to do some more digging. This could be through, it's almost like the OSEP, you know, I mean, if you think back to the timeline, it's we would actually alert the district and say, hey, this is an issue that we're hearing about. We're going to do some more investigation into this. It could be through data reviews. It could be that we're coming on site and we're going to visit you. We're going to ask you to pull documents. We are going to do interviews with families. We're going to do interviews with staff. Like there's a whole process that goes into that. What this number one is saying is what OSEP recommends, because it's nowhere written down in code, is as soon as you find a district in non-compliance under IDEA, you have 90 days to issue them a report on that non-compliance. Well, 90 days of when does that non-compliance timeline start? Because it could be very subjective, and having a division of multiple people assisting with this process, it could be somebody upstairs in their cubicle actually came across and was like, well, I think I found non-compliance today, you know, and not knowing fully when does that timeline start. So we actually came together as a team and said, because it's kind of subjective on when that 90-day timeline starts, we're actually going to be a lot more cautious to make sure we are fulfilling this in a timely manner. So we're saying our timeline is going to start the day we contact that school district and say, we heard an issue, we did some digging. If this is possibly true, there would be an issue of noncompliance. So we're going to do some more digging. Our 90 days is going to start then versus when we actually find all of the data that this is true. So we turned in those procedures to make sure that we get to that timeline effectively. Another thing to help improve with this area as well is the Achieve system. You're going to hear that a lot. The Achieve system, we have what they call phase 2, which is all the enhancements of everything we would love a huge management system around special education to be able to complete for us. And we are actually building in and able to build a whole general supervision tracking system within Achieve. So what this means is we currently, through the state complaint system, so a family or somebody files a state complaint, all of this is occurring through emails. Now this is going to be able to occur through the Achieve system, and it's not going to be finding all of these emails. Documentations will be uploaded right into Achieve. They will be able to see the documents on both sides, the districts, the families, attorneys can be able to see all of that. But then it's going to have the tracking, so we make sure that we're hitting our timelines. So that is exciting to see as well. Let's see. The second one here then is monitoring improvement. So complying with the actual requirements we set. So as I said before, we could have so many different avenues to receive information that would tip us into going into a monitoring visit. What OSEP is saying is we want to see evidence that you're actually implementing what you say you're going to do. So one thing that we have now, we began utilizing an IDEA risk assessment rubric, or it's really like an early warning system to let us know we don't want to wait for a phone call. We don't want to wait until there's an issue that arises. We want to be very proactive. And so we're utilizing this early warning system to let us know these are some districts that we might need to go in and do a focus monitoring visit on. And so we've began that process. Things that are within that IDEA risk assessment are, did they have a founded state complaints? Did they have concerns with fiscal monitoring? What are their early childhood and K-12 outcomes? They're required to have a special education district developed service delivery plan, and they're supposed to update that every 5 years and have it board approved. Are they completing their progress reports and implementation plans as said? What's their also alternate assessment and participation rates? And then you can see the other ones on there as well. Since this time, we have been able to provide additional documentation to OSEP, showing them that we have gone in and done focus monitoring visits and issued reports within the 90-day timeline to Cardinal, Clear Creek, Amana, Iowa School for the Deaf, and the most recent report sent out to Des Moines Public Schools. Okay, so the second monitoring component is in fiscal management. You're going to hear this, some things again, as Kimberly explained. The state is awarded Part C and Part B IDEA grants. So our AEAs and our school districts are what are called our subrecipients. So the grant comes to us, and then the AEA and the LEA are our subrecipients. So for you to really fully understand the extent of how far the division and the team have gone in improvements already, I'm going to take you back to what we were doing. So what we were doing is a paper application, and I say paper because it's literally like an emailed Word document. And as a former special education director, I had to type it in, sign it, and then send it back through an email exchange. So that would be my paper application. So I would receive it from my area education agency as the special education director, and I would turn it back into my area education agency. The AEA would go through all of the applications that they received, look for allowable expenses, see if those expenses were allowable or not, and then approve their application. They would send this approval letter, and then in November, we would issue round one payments, which is 50% of the allocated dollars. We would send that to the AEA. The AEA would then have to send that to the local school districts. In January, they would receive around two payments, and then at the end of the year, they would receive their final payment. So you can see general supervision for fiscal monitoring was on the AEA, right? So we want to now, obviously, through House File 2612, have that on us, as well as through the OSEP report is have the general supervision focused coming from the state level. This is obviously not very efficient. It's kind of pretty much out of date, and it doesn't align with any of the other application processes the state has. Everybody else has an online system for their applications. We did not for IDEA. So we began conversations in August of how do we modernize this, and with Dr. Klein, it was kind of like, wouldn't it be great to have an online system? And when we brought it to Director Snow, she's like, absolutely. It would be great to have this online system. We have been to think of a brand new application system, and we get to roll it out at the end of January, beginning of February. It has been in the building phase. It has been quick, fast, and pretty much and pretty amazing. So the school districts will be able to go in and like they have before. So they have Ed Portal account, and they would go in, they're going to upload reports that they already have. They're going to just fill in their application right there online. As Kimberly mentioned before, we have had the ability to hire a person who is fiscal monitoring for Part B, for Part C. They'll be able to look at and ensure the expenses are allowable IDEA expenses. But beyond that, what she's going to be able to do as well is she's going to do a fiscal monitoring stage, kind of like what Nutrition and Health Services talked about with you of a 5-year cycle. She's going to do a 5-year cycle too around fiscal monitoring of every school district, and the AEAs through Part C, which is really great to make sure that there's a lot of things we have to look at. Payer of last resort, which you heard about, and I'm learning all of this, as well as time and effort. So a lot of IDEA Part B funds are utilized for salaries and benefits, and we need to ensure, especially coming from an AEA, are you using that in a special education realm, and you're not utilizing another part of your duties and responsibilities that you're utilizing it during special education time. So that is huge for us, and we're very, very excited to see this come to fruition. So one thing that was happening through the AEAs would issue that letter and say, local school districts, your award has been approved. That letter did not have all the criteria that is required in a federal grant award notification letter. So that is what number one is. We have been able to actually build that into the system. So as soon as our fiscal monitor person says, yes, our expenses are allowable, I approve this, she'll be able to click it, and everything that is required within the grant award notification will be automatically sent to that school district. So the application has fixed that, which is exciting. The second one here is they were just saying you have a lot of processes and procedures that you just do, and you just know what they are and you continue to do them on a daily basis, but you don't have them written down, you know? So what we had written down was about 5 pages in length for part B and part C. We worked tirelessly, and as I said, remember, this was my second week on the job. And so fiscal monitoring at a state level was extremely new. And the director gave me the heads up, like, this is going to be a really big learning curve for you. So we spent countless hours with the Technical Assistance Center, helping us walk through not only Part C, but also Part B, fiscal monitoring, what is required in all of it. We had another conversation this week and we were both excited. We're like, we're getting it, we're understanding. And it was very exciting. So we went through from what we turned in and gave them on the site visit of a 5-page document. It was actually 15 pages for Part B and 20 pages for Part C. So 2 separate documents that were a lot more robust, got down to what is the criteria within our division and the criteria within Dr. Klein's division, how do we collaborate together, all of that information. So we were very excited to get that accomplished, moved forward, and see how it actually comes to fruition within this application system. Our third finding is around dispute resolution. The first finding, again, is around those timelines. So once we have a state complaint or a mediation complaint, once we open it, we have 60 days to issue the report back. And that can be extremely quick, especially if you have multiple state complaints going at one time and limited number of staff to get all of those accomplished. So up until 15 months ago, we had Rachel right there. We had one person within our dispute resolution program, and that was Rachel, our attorney. So then 15 months ago, we were able to hire on somebody who kind of looks and she really is overseeing our whole dispute resolution process. Jen is her name. We also have multiple members that complete state complaint investigations as other duties as assigned within their job descriptions, which they have very specific training. They've gone through this and it has been great. But also, through this report, we were able to look at and say, we have a lot coming in. The national trend of the last 10 years, state complaint and mediation cases has risen 85%. And so we're seeing that as well. And it's just increasing. And not only what we see is it like 1 or 2 allegations, but we may have 4, 5, 10 allegations that we're having to sift through. And really investigate too. So we are actually hiring a full-time state investigator, which will be able to add to the team. So we have moved from when OSEP was here and started this of having 1 person to we'll have 3 people on the team, which is very exciting.
Is there a reason why? I mean, that's a huge increase. I mean, you said it's a natural trend. I mean, that's quite an increase in complaints. Is there a reason or just?
I think just there's been a change in relationships. I think especially after COVID, we saw just kind of the relationships between school districts and families become a little bit more strained and maybe a little bit, I mean, we obviously, this is speaking in generalities, right? But we're seeing with the complaints coming in a lot more really significant complex needs that require a lot of really specialized attention and dedication. And that can be really, really hard to meet. And so that again, it speaks to the complexity of the complaints we're receiving ourselves, but also the struggle of meeting those obligations are hard. And so I think there's a lot of things at play, it's kind of that relationship. And then additionally seeing a lot of complex needs and specialized areas that have kind of created this overflow.
Interesting.
And we talked about this when we kicked off today's conversation celebrating the 50th anniversary of the legislation that is now called IDEA. And it is a critical component of IDEA to ensure that all parents and families are aware of and can exercise their dispute resolution, their procedural safeguards. So our priority is to ensure all parents are empowered with that information and are supported in navigating whatever process they choose. And we do that in partnership with our PTI Ask Resource Center.
I would comment on that. My last 2 years as a superintendent, I would say parents are more educated in the laws and, which is great.
Yes.
So a testament to going on, so.
And to expand on what Director Snow said is it's, especially with the AEA mediation going away, we will want to see state mediation increase, to make sure and fully understand. It helps us understand parents. We're doing a good job of letting the parents know their rights and their responsibilities and their procedural safeguards. And so being able to have that, I would say on the flip side to this, I was sitting next to Connecticut at a meeting, and she was talking about all of her state complaints. And I was like, oh, how many do you have? And she's like, last year we had 245. And I was like, oh, we had 37. So, it's all relative, right? There's things in that regard as well. Your next finding here is the exact same one that Kimberly had talked about, where it was the AEA mediation and the state mediation. I am going to ask Betsy, though, to explain and expand upon what Kimberly had started down around was there. We could potentially miss some crucial timelines for families that we will ensure that do not occur because we're not doing AEA mediation.
Right. So under those procedural safeguards that families have, they have different options in ways that they can exercise those rights. So mediation is one, filing a state complaint, as we've talked about, as well as what's called a due process complaint. And those processes, state complaints and due process in particular, actually have statute of limitations. So when a family files those, they can only go back so far with the complaint. For a state complaint, they can go back 1 year, and due process, they can go back 2 years. And so the concern from OSEP was that if a family engaged in AEA mediation, which was not protected under those procedural safeguards, and that took some time. By the time they got to a point where they now maybe wanted to file a state complaint or due process complaint, if that AEA mediation didn't work, the potential that the time has run out for them to be able to do that was really the concern. Whereas if they go through state mediation, then that is part of the protected procedures that they can go in, so then it doesn't delay their ability to do those state complaints or their due process complaints. And so that really was, again, one of those reasons why that confusion of, am I engaging in AEA mediation, state mediation? What could that mean? And so OSEP said, you can still offer it, but you have to make sure families understand the difference. And we're like, that is really complicated to try to explain to families the difference between all of those. And so that was where the decision was made to work with the AEAs and say, please discontinue the use of AEA mediation. We'll just use state mediation just to prevent that.
Just before we summarize with this last item, you've heard of a number of new team members being welcomed to the department to support system needs that were identified through the House File 2612 conversation, and then also affirmed here in the OSEP report. Those positions, so the fiscal monitoring position, the state mediator position, some of the dispute resolution team members, the state investigator, and then the process management team member are supported by that state appropriation as well. You've spent a lot of time with our regionally based continuous improvement staff, Angelisa Feinart and the regional special education directors who are supporting continuous improvement in special education in each of the 9 AEA regions. But that has also opened up the ability for us to invest in these critical state roles as the department's general supervision responsibility was reaffirmed and restored in House File 2612. Okay, so our final component is documented on the OSEP report as discipline and behavior. But if you can remember back, which I'm sure you can, of like slide 2, discipline and behavior is actually not one of the components in the OSEP report. But if you read through the findings, you'll see it talks about policies and procedures. So our assumption is it is a policy and procedure component through the OSEP finding. So this finding actually came through their stakeholder interviews. And it's a finding that's being noted really at meetings that we're at, conferences that we go to. We're hearing this over and over again that is being cited in OSEP findings across the nation. And so it's kind of something new that is happening. Essentially, what this is describing is this new term, informal removals. In discussion with OSEP after we received this report, because we really were like, what do you mean by this? We're fully understanding this. And we also then have presented this report to our special education advisory panel, and they're like, oh, we know what that means. And they were able to give us good feedback as well. So truly what we're taking as what they're defining as an informal removal is what's happening is there's a unilateral decision being made in response to a student behavior that removes the student from their learning environment. And many times it results in the student going home or sitting in another location within the school. Typically, this would then be an in-school suspension or an out-of-school suspension. So for example, when we talked with SEEP, they were saying what we're seeing and what we're hearing is happening is the student has a behavior, an administrator will call home to the parent and say, your child's having a behavior, you might want to come and pick them up. They're being marked as absent, and they're not being marked as an out-of-school suspension. And so this has really a large impact for students with disabilities because they have additional procedural safeguards and protections from being removed from their educational placement for over 10 days. Once they're removed from their educational placement for over 10 days, a team needs to get together and determine, is this a manifestation of that student's disability? And if that's the case, we need to go down a different avenue and a different path, and we cannot continue to remove this student. However, if the schools aren't coding this as an actual in-school or out-of-school suspension, then the procedural safeguards are not being applied in the way they should be applied through IDEA, which would be then a big risk of noncompliance of a school district. So how we kind of walked through with OSEP and just said, how would you help us correct this? And what would your recommendations be? And so they said, first off, you really need to come up and update some guidance on in-school and out-of-school suspensions. We as a team said, we are not talking about informal removals because that is not a terminology that's utilized anywhere. It's an in-school suspension or an out-of-school suspension. So we have updated our discipline procedures and protections overview and have posted those. Next, what we're going to do is at a policy and practice webinar in January, we're going to talk about behavior and discipline, and we're going to review those. We had one in the spring around manifestations that we talked about as students' manifestation disabilities. This one is going to be like part 2 and then get into the in-school and out-of-school suspensions and what constitutes an in-school and an out-of-school suspension. The school districts will be required to either be live or watch the recorded webinar. So we will be sending an assurance to the superintendent that the superintendent will have to state then, yes, our school district did participate in that. Knowing that this was coming out, we have requested and it was approved to put into the K-12 desk audit a copy of all student handbooks for each school district to see what does your handbook look like right now to describe in-school and out-of-school suspension. And then after this, webinar, we will be able to say, now can you please provide an addendum to your student handbooks to make sure it's very specific and very clear to families on what an in-school and an out-of-school suspension looks like, as well as your coding of absences, because really it's coming down to a coding of how they're doing their absences. And so that is all the information then that we will provide to OSEP to show that we are meeting this.
Question.
Yes.
So will you use that example during your webinar? Because it happens pretty quick.
It does, yes.
You know, what you just shared with us, hey, your kiddo's having a issue in the classroom, can you come pick them up? Will you use that example?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we actually, at our last SEEP meeting, our advisory panel, I did just say, what are other examples that you're hearing about that we can ensure is in this policy and practice webinar? So another one that they're hearing is unilaterally behavior has occurred, and you know what, we're just going to put your student on virtual instruction, you know, and so that is not an IEP team decision, and so we need to make sure that that's clear. Yes. So we gathered different examples to make sure to present on. Okay. All right, so before we get into questions, I just kind of want to end with how this entire process really provided our division with the opportunity for continuous improvement through our processes and procedure updates. We all learned a lot, not only about each other, but about what we are all doing on a daily basis, and gained a tremendous respect for everybody's roles and responsibilities throughout this system. As I said, we're really grateful to OSEP. They dedicated a lot of time to Iowa, and they have not only provided us guidance and improvement efforts, but they also were, as we pointed out, showing and talking to other states how there are exemplar areas that Iowa is doing. However, as a state agency that models what we preach, we don't settle for great. And so we are excited as we continue to enhance our systems, especially our chief system, as we are constantly on we're doing great, but how do we even make it better? So as we stated early on, OSEP report includes findings in general supervision prior to the passing of House File 2612. We began the change process before the OSEP report was even in our hands. And once we received it, we started new innovative ways that took place. As we proceed, full resolution of all corrective action prior to the timeline given to us for June and July. Do you have additional questions for us?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
Just great job. It's awesome, particularly on Achieve and just seeing how you are working together. It's refreshing. So appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
A lot over probably the last, I mean, I'm looking at the timeline, it's like a 4-year process because it's so much, I mean, that's a lot. And then with the passage of the new law and everything, which probably came at perfect time, honestly, but that's a lot. You guys are doing some really great work and it was really great to hear about that. So thank you. I appreciate that.
So we have differentiated accountability. Pushing the time. Can we be brief on that one?
We can be brief on this one. The board has received an update on differentiated accountability. This is a similar conversation to that which we had related to ESEA, where the state is in fact operating 2 different accountability systems, one to meet state requirements, one to meet federal requirements. You heard the team share that one of the areas of complement nationally was our strong commitment to district support and AEA support, continuous improvement coaching. So I think if we jump to the last 2 slides, Betsy, and have your comments focus on the supports that we provide, and then Lisa, focus on next steps. And those slides, the 1 through 8 slides, are just articulating that we do in fact utilize 26 different data indicators and have received feedback around those data indicators, the number of data indicators causing confusion and potential lack of transparency because of how many indicators are inputted to our system.
This is the slide.
Yes.
Okay. So all districts received their assignment of their level of support for their IDEA differentiated accountability cycle. So this is the first year of a 3-year cycle. And this is the second time we've done this process. And so what districts are engaged with right now is now they are assigned either level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 2 and 3 meaning an increased amount of support that they receive from the state. All districts, however, do have some required activities that they engage with. So the first is a data review process. So districts will, in Achieve, actually go in and look deeper into their special education data. And from that data review process, then complete an implementation plan. And that implementation plan, again, spans the full cycle of the IDEA and includes things such as professional learning to address the needs identified through that data review. At the state level, we do have professional learning packages available to districts free of charge. That's our specially designed instruction professional learning that you may have heard about in the past. We've had that for many years, and that's through our K-6 literacy, secondary transition, preschool, and significant disabilities. Coming in 2026, we will have some additional professional learning packages to address specially designed instruction math as well as behavior. So districts do their data review, they write an implementation plan, and then they engage in that professional learning and coaching. And then each year they provide a progress report back to us on how that's going. For our level 2 and 3 districts, so again, level 2 and 3 meaning additional support provided to them. They also receive practice coaching, systems coaching, and then their teachers and coaches engage in a self-assessment twice a year to really look at implementation of specially designed instruction in their classrooms. And then the final piece here is new this year because this is our second cycle of IDEA. We do have some districts who are continuing to be at that level 2 and level 3 need of support. And so we have, similar to ESSA, added an additional designation called extended, which just means we're going to provide some additional supports through our regional division. So through our regional special education directors and staff, they will work with those districts very closely to dig into what we call an extended needs assessment. So really looking at what are some of those systemic improvements that the district can do to really address some of these learning gaps for learners with disabilities. And then we'll also provide a network for those administrators so they have a chance to come together to really learn from each other and problem solve.
Okay, so as Betsy mentioned, those are what we're doing to support IDEA. So there's kind of two systems that we realized are occurring. I'm going to actually go to the other one. As Betsy described, we have the state developed IDEA system. So districts are given either a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3. But then we also have the federal IDEA Part B accountability system that we are required to mark districts as either meets requirements, needs assistance, needs intervention, and needs substantial intervention. And so as we were talking and we were looking at this, so these are two different reports that came out less than a month apart from each other. So they're getting, you could have a district that is like at a level 2 or a level 3, but with the compliance indicators under federal IDEA, they're meeting Part B requirements. And so that just felt like a difficult conversation for a superintendent to have with their stakeholders. How do I describe to my stakeholders that we're a level 2 or a level 3, and we're also meeting special education requirements? So as we talked this through, we realized we kind of want to go the same path that ESSA has looked at. Is they have the 2 accountability systems, and we want to really make this one accountability system. So we are going to start the consultation process. We'll be starting here very soon with our AEAs and our school district superintendents. And what we're going to look at is aligning the state special education accountability system with the federal accountability system. Not only did we receive feedback on these 2 reports, but we also received feedback on how we were currently calculating our IDEA and as you would see in the previous slides, there's 26 elements. Some of them require 3 years of data. Some of them require you either met it or you didn't meet it. Some of them were a score. And so how do we make this a lot easier for anybody to explain to someone that says, hey, tell me about your special education designation, and they would be able to easily explain this. It would be assuring that we're very clear, we're very transparent on how we reached these scores. And this is just another way that shows that not only as a department are we continuously looking at ways to improve, but we're also taking feedback from our stakeholders to make a system that is matching to some of the requests and the wants that they need, but also keeping our commitment to the mission of closing the achievement gap. So that is going to be starting here in the next couple months, where we will, going through the next couple of months. We'll also do a feedback survey to get information to us to look at this new system, and we expect to have it rolled out soon after.
How did you come up with the percentages for weighting in the model?
For our current model, so we start the level 3, which is our districts that have the most intense needs, is our lowest 10% with that score based on those data elements.
I understand that part of it in the model itself, the different areas that are weighted.
Oh, yes.
That was the percentage I was.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yes.
So we had, when we originally designed the IDADA system, we had task teams and stakeholder groups that came together first to determine what those elements would be and then what the weighting would be. And the weighting was, the higher the weighting, the closer it is to outcomes. And so they we had 4 different areas within that. And so for each area, it is a 25% of the total. And then within that area, so for example, social emotional behavior, those teams came together to look at what are those elements, and the closer they are to an outcome, the higher they're weighted.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense what you did there.
And obviously, an important component of this is ensuring that our ESCA or our Iowa School Performance Profile, again, regionally based improvement and coaching teams work and support of school districts is really closely coordinated with and complementary to our IDADA regional special education continuous improvement team. So those are systems that we continue to improve the alignment of.
All right. Sounds like your work is not quite done yet.
Never.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk about social studies.
Afternoon, everyone. I am Stephanie Wager. I'm the administrative consultant in the Bureau of Academics and Learner Supports over standards and practices. I'm going to start just giving a few brief points, going back in time, pointing out a few pieces about our history of Iowa's academic standards and social studies. So in 2009 is when Iowa first adopted social studies standards. And in 2017, those Iowa academic standards and social studies were last updated. So 2025 now is that next update since 2017. This slide may look familiar to you. We have used this slide consistently across all of our academic standards revision processes. The only thing that I say changes are the dates at the bottom. So we use a 5-phase process in our standards revision processes. The first phase is the preparation phase. This is kind of the behind the scenes. We're getting all the logistics in order. We're gathering new research. We're getting the meeting rooms, all of those kinds of things. The second phase, we are really working on bringing that first team together, the social studies, in this case, revision team. They are working on revising that actual document and making proposed changes to us at the department. That third phase is the public feedback process, and we use a 2-pronged approach here at the department. One prong is a public survey that is specific to each standard in the draft standards document. And the other prong is hosting public forums across the state. I'll get into all of these pieces in a little more detail in just a minute. And then that fourth phase is really bringing together a second team to look at that public feedback and make proposed changes to the document based on that public feedback. And finally, phase 5 is where we are here today. So in phase 2, that revision team that's coming together, the first team, again, this team met over the course of 5 meetings. The team always includes a variety of stakeholders, so educators, administrators, business and industry, parents, etc. In this case, for this team, we were organized into elementary, middle, and high school strands because we really wanted to focus folks on their area of expertise. We spent some time talking about the difference between standards and curriculum, and that our role here at the department is really in that standards lane. We also look for every one of our standards teams at a variety of documents, other state standards, NAEP frameworks, other research, in this case, also the American Birthright Standards, the C3 framework, anything that's really out there that could help inform the team to make a really solid and robust standards document. We also looked at a report from 2021 that was focused on giving states grades about their state standards from the Fordham Institute, and I'll dig into that in just a minute as well. And then in our case, we also looked heavily at House File 2545 to ensure that the content expectations from that legislation were incorporated into the standards document. Here's a quick overview of some of those deficiencies that were noted in the Fordham report about Iowa's specific standards. And kind of to summarize, between civics and U.S. history, the majority of that feedback really focused on the fact that our current standards don't have a lot of specificity. They don't have a lot of depth. They're pretty vague and open and broad. And so the team really focused on making that shift to standards that are not so open and broad. Here's a quick summary, very high level, of what the first team sort of worked on in making those proposed changes. So first of all, obviously looked at the architecture of the document. How is the document designed? As you look over the document, you'll see what we call sub-themes to kind of help organize the content in the document. Also, the far right-hand column is called the disciplinary content or practice clarification column. Really, that's showing what kind of detail is being referred to in this standard, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later. Revise the front matter, really prioritize the disciplines of history, geography, economics, and civics as those required strands, and created psychology and sociology as an elective set of standards that you will see in the appendix. Also at the bottom, similar to what we've done for other standards, added what we call connection boxes at the bottom, where you will see how do the standards connect to, in this case, literacy, science, or mathematics standards. What are some Iowa history connections we can call out? And what are those career connections in social studies that we can draw attention to? Now I want to just give a high-level overview of that third phase, the public feedback phase. Again, we used 2 different prongs. One, the public forums. We held these for social studies in Council Bluffs, Sioux City, Marion, Dubuque, and Des Moines. Across those 5 public forums, we had a total of about 28 people that attended, either in person or via Zoom. Our public survey is open for 30 days. We do follow what we call a standard by standard focus, meaning we're looking for people that are completing that survey to literally look at the draft standards and say, I want to keep that standard. Or if I say reject, I want to provide specific feedback about why am I rejecting, or why do I want to change that standard in some way. In that public survey, we received 253 full responses. So not a super high number, but enough that the team was able to look at actionable public feedback.
I had a question about the public forums. Is that 28 people attended? Is that over all of them that were held?
For all of them, correct. Yeah, total. It's not a lot of people, no.
At all.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree. We would have loved to have seen more people there.
Can I ask just a general process question?
Yeah.
I know we have, in having public forums, but is there a way just in doing even this process or future processes that we could approach public feedback differently?
We are always welcome to feedback. We have made those public forums accessible virtually and in person. We have promoted them through every
possible channel that we can think of. Yes.
But if there are additional ideas, we are very welcoming of those.
Could they go out on like, I mean, I don't know, as a parent, like I just read my Parent Square app like all the time. I mean, like there's nothing about public forums on a Parent Square app, but like they communicate about anything that's going on. So I mean, I'm sure the school districts know maybe they're just not putting that on there, but I mean, every parent has an app that we're all communicating with their school districts on, you know? So I mean, could it be added to those? I mean, I know you guys don't have direct, I mean, you can't like put it on there, but I know we would have to, but I mean, is that?
We will typically see districts help advertise. I think if the public forum is in their community, we definitely see that. We saw that for these public forums and other subsequent content areas as well. Where we, I think, would have a hard time with that is if we're having a public forum in, you know, Sioux City and having, you know, other districts that are on the other side of the state might not feel as inclined to do that. But we do typically get, if we're holding a public forum in, you know, in that district, we will get a lot of folks from that district or from that area that will help advertise that. But again, as Dr. Snow said, we're very open to thoughts about how to.
I mean, if there's a virtual one, I mean, anyone from anywhere could.
Right.
So, I mean.
Yeah, all 5 of them are given the virtual option as well. So even though we're holding them in public, you could join all 5 of them virtually, or you could, you know, join more than one, even if it's not in your physical area.
And then maybe just having one like virtual one just for anybody who, even if it's not in your area.
Yeah.
Virtual one for anybody, anywhere kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Were the 28 people that you noted in your public feedback all unique, or were there any duplicates in that?
I don't think there were any duplicates this round. I know in previous rounds we have had duplicates that like will show up in person for one and then maybe join a couple of them virtually. Yeah. And not everybody speaks either. So keeping that in mind, right? That some folks are just coming to listen or see what's happening. Not everybody's providing comments. Yeah. So then just really high level from that survey, we do ask the recommended standards for social studies will lead to improved learning for Iowa students and showing some of the stakeholder groups that responded to that particular question. Really high overview of some of that public feedback then, and also looking at the number of standards. So a lot of our comments were actually in relation to the number of standards, particularly for 6th and 7th grade. You'll see a marked jump from 5th grade to 6th grade in terms of that number. And that was something that the second team really looked at in terms of trying to be responsive to that feedback. We also wanted to point out just in terms of percentage, like 78% overall, right, indicated keep this standard, it's good as is. And then 22% some kind of saying reject with suggestion. And of course, reject does not mean necessarily reject the entire thing. It's simply saying, hey, I want to provide some kind of feedback or comments about this particular standard. Okay, then the second team, right, their task is a little more narrow. They are specifically looking at that data. What does the public feedback saying? What are themes from that public feedback? We're really looking for what is actionable public feedback that we can then take to make proposed changes to the department in that draft standards document based, again, on that data. So they're looking over public comment, public survey, trying to look for those themes in the data.
Are a lot of the people who submit, you said you had like a mix, I mean, so you had parents, you had teachers, are a substantial number teachers, or
The
is
vast majority of them are for this round was teachers. That's not always the case, but I would say for this round, the end size for educators was fairly high compared to of the 250 people. I don't know how the exact numbers, but I would say it was probably 200 around there that were teachers respected. All right, so just a quick overview then of the draft document itself. And you can see some page numbers on these slides to refer to where we're looking. Every standards document has a front matter, which is a really unofficial way of saying the introduction to the standards. It's really outlining the why and the what of that standards document. In this case, one of the things that was added by the team is the guiding principles. And you can see that in the front matter. Also tells you how to read the standards. How are they designed? What's the organization? Things like that. And so it's a really important piece to help the reader make sense of what they're then seeing. When you get into the structure of the draft standards themselves, you will see on the far left-hand column, there is what we call the anchor, and that's just pointing you to say, hey, in that umbrella of social studies, this particular standard is talking about civics and government in this case, and then drilling down a little bit further, it's talking about constitutional principles and civic virtues. Then you will see that standard itself, and then again in that far right-hand column, you're really seeing that sort of unpacking. What are the things, that this standard you could be teaching in relation to this particular standard in this case. Also, again, this should look similar to our science document in math as well. You will see these standards connections at the bottom of some of the sub-themes. So literacy, math, or science connection, you might see specific cross-references to those. An Iowa connection, if it made sense to include, is there as well. And then a career connection, you'll see statements about, hey, a lawyer might be doing this, and here's a connection with careers that relate to social studies. Similar again to other standards documents, we also put in the high school course options. One of the things that is often hard is that we have some specific courses that are called out in code, and then other courses that are not called out as a course, but might also still be in the 3-credit range of a graduation requirement. So really trying to make sense of different models that you could use to meet those requirements. Okay, a few summaries here about the structural aspects of the standards from our current standards to this document. First of all, expanded front matter. Those, what we call sub-themes, those are the bolded kind of headlines at the top of each table. That's really kind of an organizing bucket for saying, hey, this set of standards is going to be about the Civil War, for example. Then that far right-hand column providing a lot of detail, again, being responsive to what we saw in that Fordham report, those connection boxes, and then having a full set of psychology and sociology standards in the appendix. This is a lot of text on the screen, but this is the text from House File 2545 that specifically was called out for this process. So really showing that the team spent a lot of time looking at this content and worked to incorporate it into the document. And then also small text, but another piece of legislation, Senate File 391. This is specific to financial literacy. So the team that worked in that space on the first team really looked a lot at this particular legislation to incorporate those elements. Rigor and content, right? This expansion of detail. I think you'll see a big difference in the level of detail between our current standards and this draft set of standards, a much more organized scope and sequence to provide that clarity of a learning progression, and then a lot more intention about spiraling of standards. So for example, the 13 colonies is introduced in 3rd grade, but then it shows up again in 8th grade to provide greater depth, right? So that spiraling of content. So a few examples here, again, going back to the Fordham report, trying to be responsive to their feedback. You can see in these examples of some of our current standards versus some of these proposed standards, where do we see a change just in the amount of detail in the standards. So you can see it's for you there from US history and civics. And then very finally, if adopted, really thinking about those implementation supports, obviously around rigorous professional development and following similarly to what we've done with some of our other standards, with regional educator professional development, webinars, office hours, things like that. And then a variety of support materials focused on helping teachers really understand the standards and the rigor that is in there. And then some guidance around high quality instructional materials. What should we look for in social studies materials to ensure that they are high quality? So questions?
Questions for Stephanie?
Stephanie, just going back to the implementation supports, obviously that this mirrors what you've seen in ELA, math, and science. One unique thing that we garnered from public comment is the primary source reader.
Thank you for, I just jumped right over that, yes.
Okay. If you want to jump in, sorry.
Oh, sure. So yes, one of the comments in public, actually we saw it a couple of different times, is there's a number of pieces in the document that really refer to or infer the use of certain primary source documents. And so putting together what we would call a primary source reader that's kind of a collection of documents at the kind of hands of teachers so they could utilize those primary sources. That's a best practice in social studies, is the utilization of those primary sources in the classroom. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Thank you for doing that.
I've got it might be a rhetorical question, but maybe not. One of my complaints about social studies over the years, it seems like it's a mile wide curriculum about an inch deep. I'm just looking at world history, for example, there's 9 major concepts. And if that's a semester course, that's like 2 weeks per concept, which how do you get into the depth? Is that, and so that people aren't just memorizing facts and dates, and that's really getting into
Yep, great question.
analysis and synthesis and evaluation in those areas with.
Yeah. Well, number one, I would say most districts that are teaching world history, it is a year course. So the team actually spent a lot of time actually thinking about that. So for example, in the civic standards, you'll probably see less number of standards because that traditionally is a semester long course. But world history tends to be a year-long course, not always. But that I think is also something in implementation, right? And thinking about how the feedback that we received about our current standards is not enough. I mean, not just from Fordham, but anecdotally from districts, right? There's not enough detail to tell me what should I be teaching? What are those really key things that we should be focusing on? And I think even bringing back the primary source piece that we just mentioned, really about how are you instructing, right, in terms of coverage, right? So instead of saying, hey, we're going to cover that content by just memorizing these things, now we're going to really get in depth with looking at primary sources, doing authentic things in history, rather than just trying to speed through them and cover them in response to your comments about mile wide, inch deep. Yeah. I don't know if that helped answer the question, but yeah, it is.
I'm glad that effort is there.
Yeah, it is definitely something that social studies in particular deals with because there's another day of history every day. So yes, absolutely.
There's no ending point.
Right.
There was great intentionality around that. Will you also talk about the feedback received through the public comment process related to middle school, the number of standards in middle school in particular?
Yeah. The middle school standards, as I alluded to earlier, where it goes from 5th grade to 24 standards. And again, this is in the first draft to 76 in 6th grade. So a lot of the comments actually were very targeted to middle school and saying, hey, we want to see maybe a little bit more of an incline that's not so sharp in terms of the number. So the team that worked on the second team for middle school really spent a lot of time trying to combine things, trying to talk about, which of these are priority areas versus things that we could cut. And so you will see a reduction in that in this draft that you have in front of you.
High school, most high schools require what? 3 years?
3 years is required for graduation. We do have a few districts that will go above that and require, 3.5 or something like that.
Is it 14 in grades 9, 12 include like sociology and psychology?
It did not include the elective standards, just the world history, geography, economics, financial literacy, and US history.
So.
And again, that was in the first draft.
Yeah,
Yes.
Even divided by 4, that's 50 some standards.
Yeah.
You're doing good work. I love the process. It's an excellent process, and I'm sure there's ever a good answer to, the breadth and the depth. That's up to the expertise of teachers, I guess.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
So we'll come back in January, or?
I will be here in January, yes. Yeah, okay.
And then they start implementing these this next school year?
We would start working on implementation right away, and then, yes, more so if there were any course changes or such, they would work on that in the fall, yes. They would realize that, I should say, in the fall, yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a clarifying point, if the board has any feedback, we did not receive feedback in this public comment opening this board meeting, but if the board does have feedback, please do share that with the Department of Education. Otherwise, these items will be identical to what is presented to you for consideration for adoption in January.
All right, let's talk about the annual condition of education.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's Jason Crowley, District Consultant in the Bureau of Analytics. Today, I'll be providing a preview of the 2025 edition of Education. Start with an overview of the structure and content of the report and talk a little bit about changes and how we'll be publishing that over the next year, and then dive into some high-level takeaways from the report itself, focusing on key measures of district schools and students, some teacher workforce trends, as well as trends in high school course taking patterns. So the statewide condition of education report is a print PDF report organized into 7 chapters that you see on the slide here. Performance covers a wide variety of student performance related indicators such as state assessment results, graduation dropout rates, post-secondary enrollment trends, things like that. Special education chapter dives into or focuses on students with disabilities and looks at identification of that student group as well as performance indicators. Early childhood chapter looks at pre-kindergarten and kindergarten programs in the state. The enrollment chapter looks at enrollments in Iowa schools, broken out by a wide variety of student characteristics. Staff chapter looks at teacher, principal, superintendent, and other licensed and non-licensed staff trends, diving into topics such as characteristics of those staff, salary, as well as retention rates. And we'll be looking at some data from that chapter later on in the presentation. Programs chapter looks at how districts are organized in the state, as well as high school course taking patterns, which we'll also be previewing the data for here today. And then the finance chapter dives deeply into school and district finance data. Over the next year, we will be moving from publishing one complete report where we wait until everything is ready and publish in one volume to publishing the data by chapter. And that'll be in an effort to put the data out, put the chapters out when the data becomes available and put out more timely data. And that'll be fully being realized in the 2026 version of the condition of education, although we're doing a bit of a trial of that process here this month. If you look out at our website, the special education, early childhood, enrollment, and programs chapters have been published and are out available on the website, while the student performance, staff, and finance chapters will be published by January this year. And so that's a change in the process, but the content of those chapters will remain the same. We're not removing any content or anything like that. This presentation focuses on the statewide report, which looks at state level trends. With that being said, there is an online condition of education, which acts into the statewide report. These provide a variety of interactive data visualizations, which lets users dive into district level data for a subset of the content that the statewide report covers. And that will also be published by January of this year. Diving into results from the report itself, first looking at district, school, and enrollment trend data. Just to clarify quickly, the data in this report and in this presentation is from the 24-25 school year. So this isn't looking at fall 25 current school year enrollment. That will be coming out with the fall 25 certified enrollment release. Looking at 24-25, there were 325 public school districts in the state, 23 of which did not have a high school. Within those districts, there were 1,314 public schools, and certified enrollment was 480,665. There were 213 accredited non-public schools in the state in fall 24, and certified enrollment in those schools was 39,562. And just to provide some kind of trend and context, that number of accredited non-public schools did increase this current fall, to 235. The table on this slide looks at enrollment by the enrollment size of the district and how that's changed over the past 25 years. So the first column shows the number of students enrolled in the district, broken it out into 6 size categories. The second through fourth column looks at the percentage of districts that fall into that category, both in 2001, and 24-25. And I know there's a lot of numbers on this slide, but just to kind of pull out some of the high-level trends or high-level takeaways, there was a decrease over this time period in the number of districts that fall into that kind of middle size category, particularly 600 to 999, that dropped by 5.9 percentage points. While the proportion of districts in the under 300, small districts, increased, as well as the proportion of districts in the larger districts, the 2,500 to 7,499, as well as the largest size category, 7,500 plus. The remaining columns look at the number of students enrolled by district size category, and there's similar trends there. The number of students decreased in those middle-sized districts, specifically the 300 to 599, up through the 1,000 to 2,499 size districts. And the smallest districts in the state are enrolling more students, under 300, but particularly the largest districts in the state are enrolling more students, with the 2,500 to 7,499 increasing by 12.7% over the time period, and 7,500 plus increasing by 16.2%. So just take a step back. We're at the point in 24-25 where in the largest two district size categories, about 11% of districts in the state are enrolling 54.6% of students. This slide looks at both historical enrollment trends, but also projecting enrollment into the future. So the bottom line is looking at non-public certified enrollment. Middle yellow line is looking at public certified enrollment. And then the top navy line is looking at combined public and non-public enrollment. This is going back to 1988-89, so back quite a ways, up through the 24-25 school year. Those are actual enrollment numbers. And then the last 5 data points you see on the right side of the chart are Department of Education enrollment projections, what we project the enrollment to be over the next 5 years. And that's from 25-26 through 29-30. The department enrollment projections are based on grade to grade retention patterns, as well as live birth data from the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services. You can see if we look at the top line, the total, there is a projected enrollment decrease over this time period that is primarily driven by decreases in birth rates in Iowa over the last 14 years, not 14 years, but enrollment or births have been decreasing since 2014. There was a particularly large dip in 2020 around the time of the pandemic. And those 2020 born students are, that cohort of children are just reaching kindergarten age right about now. So these are projections that we did for the past school year and are included in the enrollment chapter of the Condition of Education report. This table looks at K-12 public school enrollment broken out by race ethnicity for the 2001, 2024, and 2025 school years. So over this period of time, you can see that the percent of students of color has increased dramatically from 9.7% in 2001 to an all-time high of 29.6% in 24-25. The student group, the racial ethnic category with the largest increase over this period of time were Hispanic and Latino students, which increased from 3.6% in 2001 up to 13.7% in 24-25. So transitioning over to some teacher workforce trends, this is all data that is reported on in the staff chapter of the Condition of Ed. To just start with characteristics of the teacher workforce, the total number of full-time teachers in Iowa Public Schools was at 37,892 in the 24-25 school year. This is a slight decrease from the previous school year, and it's still kind of hovering near all-time highs, which were hit in the 2021 school year at 38,022 teachers. It's also a large increase from the 2000-2001 school year when there were 33,610 teachers. As far as the characteristics of that teacher workforce, the average age has gone down since over the past 25 years, and we'll look a little bit more in depth in that in the next slide, to 40.9 years in 24-25. The teacher workforce is predominantly female, with a little over 3/4 full-time teachers being female. The percent teachers of color has increased slightly over the past 25 years from 1.8% in 2001 to 3.6% in 24-25, as has the percent of teachers with an advanced degree has gone up a little over 10 percentage time, with 38.7% of teachers having a master's degree or higher in 24-25. This slide has two charts. The chart on the left is looking at the distribution of age of full-time public school teachers. The chart on the right is looking at the distribution of years of age plus experience. As you can see on the chart on the left, that the distribution of age is quite a bit different between the navy line, which is 2000-2001, and the yellow line, which is 24-25. The 2001, you can see kind of the baby boomer effect, where there were a lot more teachers between the ages of 46 and 55, whereas now there are a lot more teachers 45 and younger than there were 25 years ago. The reason we're looking at age plus experience on the right chart, with the rule of 88 with IPERS, teachers become eligible for full-time or full retirement benefits once they reach combined 88 years of age and experience. In 24-25, 4.8% of full-time teachers had already met that retirement eligibility threshold. One other topic that the staff chapter reports on is the retention of teachers from year to year. This chart is looking at both the retention of teachers as a full-time teacher, which is the bottom line, and then the top line is looking at the retention of teachers as licensed staff. So, for example, a teacher who moved into an assistant principal position, they'd be counted as retained in that licensed staff top line, but they wouldn't be counted as retained in the full-time teacher below.
And if they've changed school districts, is that factored in or not? Or
for the purposes of this report, if they change school district, we're still counting them as retained within the state. So now we're looking at retention within a district.
All right.
you can see, the trend is relatively stable over this 10-year period, with a slight increase between 1920 and 2021. Movement the year directly after the pandemic hit, and then a dip thereafter. Although the retention rates between 23-24 and 24-25 were basically exactly where they were 10 years ago. In that most recent year, 91.7% of teachers were retained as full-time teachers, and that's 1/10 of a percentage point below 10 years ago. In the most recent year, 93.5% were retained as licensed staff, and that's slightly below 10 years ago when it was 94.4%. Lastly, I'll touch on some high school course taking trends and data that's covered in the programs chapter of the Condition Ed report. The bulk of the programs chapter is looking at the percent of high school seniors who took courses in a specific topic area while they were in high school and how that has changed over time. This table is summarizing some of the data from that chapter, looking at classes over the past 15 years. So the top level is looking at class of 2010 down to the bottom, which is looking at the most recent year data available, the class of 25. The largest, as far as the content areas included in this chapter, are the percent of students taking Algebra 2, percent of students taking advanced mathematics, trigonometry or calculus, percent of students taking chemistry, physics, world languages, and then a more recent addition, we're also tracking the percent of students taking a high-quality computer science course. The largest changes over this period of time, you'll see there's a quite large increase in the percentage of students taking Algebra 2 from 57.1% in the class of 2010 up to 81.9% with the class of 25. There's also smaller but still notable increases in the percent of students taking chemistry and physics, while the percent of students taking advanced math and world languages has remained more stable over that period of time.
Do we know for Algebra 2 if the increase has any relationship to 8th graders taking Algebra 1?
We do count that in this data if the student did take Algebra 1.
If they're taking Algebra 1 as an 8th grader.
Yes, that accelerates their timeline.
I'm assuming there was some connection there. I'm not sure it's significant.
That's a good question. I don't have that data offhand, but that's something I can look into and get back to you.
You don't need to do that. It's
okay. But we do have the data through the student reporting and Iowa data collection, we have very granular course taking data. So that is something we have the capacity to do further research on. Last slide here is looking at the number of students taking concurrent enrollment courses while in high school. And as you can see, there's been a large increase after a dip following the pandemic. There's been a steady increase in both the number of students taking concurrent enrollment courses, which is the bottom line, as well as the number of courses that those students were taking, which is the top line. And we're at all-time highs in the 24-25 school year at 52,868 students taking 135,469 courses.
Jason, has it been 5 or more years since they changed the law where freshmen on up could take concurrent enrollment classes?
I don't know that off the top of my head. But
there was that point where it's just juniors and seniors, or if you're a tag student, you could take concurrent enrollment, and then the law changed where
I think it's been 5 years. Yeah.
It's been 5.
It's been about 5. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's like one of the reasons for a big.
I believe also, which may have had some impact, there's a change to post-secondary enrollment options. I think that was in 16-17.
Took the cap off, didn't they?
Yeah, so that severely decreased the number of students taking PSEO courses, and that has contributed to the uptick you see the beginning of this trend and concurrent public course taking.
Does the report include space also to indicate credentials earned or industry-related certificates?
In the student performance chapter, there is data on post-secondary enrollment of students after they graduate from high school. There's also data on the number of students receiving seals of biliteracy. As of right now, at least, there's no data on industry recognized credential attainment. That is something that the department began to collect in the 24-25 school year for the first time. So that is something we could add to the report in the future.
So we will not have it this year, but the IRC diploma seal goes into effect this academic year. So students graduating in 26 will have the seal. And then we have we will now have the second year of data. So you will see it in the future report, but not yet.
And industry recognized credential attainment is also a planned addition to the post-secondary readiness indicator of the Iowa School Accountability System. But that is everything that I have to cover. So do you have any questions or comments?
Questions for Jason?
It's good information.
And if you want to read more, there's plenty more to read, isn't there?
Absolutely. And there's the data visualizations. You could dive into your local data.
I like the idea of putting out the reports when they become available.
Yeah.
Is there a point where you kind of put them all together like an encyclopedia so people can just go to one spot and
Yes.
connect all of them?
The plan, once the final chapters are produced, is to smash them together into one document like we have in the past. So that right now, when you go to the website, you'll see for the most recent year, these are the chapters that will be available, and there'll be links to them if they've already been published, and otherwise an estimate of when they will be available. And then for previous years, it just has a link to complete PDF for all prior reports.
And
It's a good move. I like that from the standpoint that sometimes you feel like you're drinking out of a fire hose and everything comes at once.
Exactly. And the data also becomes if we're publishing enrollment data from last fall right now, it becomes dated very quickly. So if we can get that out sooner, it becomes more useful.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
We're at the end of our agenda. Yay. We're adjourned. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.